demonstrate a little bit of divine wisdom that God has given to His children at the end of time in these trees. And this is a tree that was planted what we call the Ellen White method. She was given this method in a dream, and I came across this method when I was 13 years old. And every place I've lived from then until now, if I've lived there a year or more, I've planted trees this way. They've all done wonderfully well. This tree is a little over 10 feet tall, and it's just about 3.5 years since we planted them. Now, all of these trees were just 6 inches or so little twigs. These are sequoias, giant sequoia trees. They were little twigs when we planted them. Those that are planted over here are planted the way the forestry department recommends that they be planted. And the tallest of these is this one over here. It's about 4.5 feet tall. So this is about a little over twice the height. But when we look at the size of the trunks and the amount of foliage, we have at least 20 to 1 in mass, the amount of growth. And the same thing will happen with fruit trees, with tomato vines, with grapevines, and other deep-rooted plants if you plant them the same way. Well, we're at the nursery, and we're choosing fruit trees to plant. So when we are choosing a bare fruit tree, we want to look at several things. We want to go down to the graft and make sure that the graft is good, that we don't have. That's a good healthy graft there. We don't want scabs or dead places around it, but that's a good healthy graft, so that's what we need there. Now that is a green gauge plum. We'll make sure those roots are wet and kept wet. We don't want them ever to dry out in the sunshine or the wind, because that would damage this little tree. Let's go over here to a Santa Rosa plum tree. This tree, you see, has some bad places on it here, like this. I would not normally choose this tree, but this is the only Santa Rosa plum left, and it's alive. So we'll go ahead and buy it because we've been asked for a Santa Rosa tree. But I would rather have a healthier tree like the green gauge there. Let's go over and look at the Fuji apple trees. Okay, here we are looking at the Fuji apple trees. And again, we want to look at the graft, make sure that it's a good, strong, healthy graft. And want to make sure that the roots have been kept wet. If they are out in the sunshine or the wind, we could damage that tree. And in this case, I like this one because it's a nice, healthy looking tree. I prefer this over the split, the one that has 2 branches on it here. But it looks like almost any of these trees in this bin would be acceptable. This one looks particularly good to me, though. So we will choose this and take that with us there. Can I take that tree right there? Thank you. Okay, we're going to take that tree. Alrighty. that's the stuff I want. We are in a compost pile. This is the grass clippings, the leaves that have been dumped here for years from this house. And we're fortunate to have it. It's good material there. But what we want to do is simply rake off the dry stuff from on top, and then what's underneath is beautiful compost, and that's what we want for planting that tree. It's got earthworms in it, and it'll just help our little tree grow like crazy there. We'll rake this stuff off, and it'll look like that next year, and be ready for next year's garden there. Okay, now we're looking for leaf mold, another good product to help us plant trees in the garden there. So go to where the leaves are accumulating, where they're heavy under the oak trees here, and rake off what fell last fall, last November, and then underneath that we have leaf mold. Maybe a little bit of soil with it, that's fine. But it's that material that we want that will help us in planting. And we'll just harvest this, take several wheelbarrows full of that, and that's a great material for us.
Look, the wheelbarrow man got busy.
That's okay. So if you don't have enough compost, here's nature making its own compost underneath the trees. If you have pine forest, the pine needles will decompose down. They'll make great amendment for planting your trees and your garden, for that matter. There. I think that's all we need here. All right, now yesterday when I was digging this hole, I noticed that there was a gopher hole right here. And we know that it's active because he's come and plugged this up. So we need to unplug this. We've got it pretty well plugged too. You know what, I need a spoon or some type of little digging instrument there. And we're going to use gopher wire to keep the gopher out, because the gopher will come in and he'll love to eat the roots of our little fruit tree, and very likely could kill it. If I don't get back there far enough, we'll not get the bait, the poison bait for the gopher, and it'll be useless. So I need to dig this out. He did a pretty good job of blocking that up. Boy, he's way back in there. Clogged it up pretty good. Okay, now we're to his hole. I got it now, thank you, bud. We'll just put several spoonfuls of gopher bait back in there. And he won't come while there's activity, he won't come here, and of course we'll have this closed up. Okay, I'm reading from something that Herbert Clarence White, the grandson of Ellen G. White, wrote. He taught this way of planting for years, and I had the privilege of taking his class when I was 13 years old. Anyway, he says you start by digging a large hole. In this case, we're about 3 feet by 3 feet, 3 feet down and 3 feet across. We separate the subsoil from the topsoil. There, you can tell the difference in the colors there. And then in the bottom of that hole, we place a couple of pipes. The purpose for that is to get air in the bottom of that hole. Okay, now use what you have. I've used a couple of different short pieces of pipe for the air. We just throw those in the bottom of the hole. Another way to get air in the bottom of that hole is to take a gallon or so plastic rigid planting pot and just turn it upside down, and that'll get air in the bottom of the hole too. So let's just do that. Turn your planting pot, make sure it's sturdy enough that it won't collapse under the weight, and then when you put this down, if you can put a flat rock against it, that'll keep it from filling up with mud. But the principle is just that we have air in the bottom of that hole there, and that's more than adequate. Now we're going to start filling this hole up. We're going to use equal part mixture of the topsoil and compost and leaf mold that we collected from the property here. Or if you don't have it, you can buy it, but usually you'll find some stuff around your property that's usable. And then we want to get some manure in there too. And since we don't have any animals on this property, we did buy some manure, and we'll throw that in there. Then an ingredient which is very important is phosphate. Phosphate is the carrier to take all the other nutrients and put into the plant. And so we need to get phosphate, and the type I like the best is soft rock phosphate. If you can't get that, get some other rock phosphate. But make sure you have phosphate in your soil mix there. And another ingredient which is extremely important is calcium. And calcium is deficient in most soils in America today. We need the calcium in order to make what's called high brix food, or high nutrition food. And if the calcium is there, the produce will be sweeter and better and more nutritious. And so that's why we want to put some calcium in too. Okay, now here's our soft rock phosphate, and that's 2 cups, which is about 2 pounds. And we're going to want about 5 pounds in our mixture that goes in the bottom of the hole, and about 5 pounds that goes in the mixture on top of the hole. And you'll see that in the diagram there. But let's just mix this up. Okay. Now, when Ellen White was talking about dressing, she was talking about barnyard manure and the straw that comes out. She was talking about the leaf mold and the compost. Those are all called dressings. And what we want to do is mix this. Jeff, let's start mixing in the topsoil too. There. Matter of fact, let's, yes, if some of this starts falling in, it's okay. So let's take a shovelful of topsoil and a shovelful of compost, and a shovelful of leaf mold, and we'll just keep doing that. Okay, this is pelletized lime or high calcium lime. And lime is, or calcium is a nutrient that we absolutely need in almost all soils. So I've got a couple cups here. We'll mix this in. This will go in the bottom. What we're mixing now will go in the bottom 1/3 of that hole there. So we just mix this up a little more, Jeff. Now for the lime, you can use agricultural lime, which is dolomite lime. You can use gypsum, depending on whether you're in a dry area or wet area. You can use this high calcium lime that I just put on. If you're in a wet area, the dolomite lime is usually better to use because in wet areas your soil tends to be acidic, and so that will tend to neutralize it. If you're in a dry area, then you probably want to use the pelletized lime or or gypsum, which will not change your pH in the soil there. Okay, I think we should start filling that hole, and I'm going to, for micronutrients in the soil, we're going to use some kelp meal. Now, if you don't have everything that I'm showing you today, don't put off planting your trees. You can add the kelp meal later. I'll also use some ocean water. If you don't have ocean water, don't let it stop you from planting the trees. You do need the phosphate and some calcium, and then whatever organic materials that you have available that you can get. But please use what you have and get the trees in the ground, because you can supplement, you can feed them afterwards. Matter of fact, you should feed them regularly, at least once a year there. All right, this is kelp meal, and I want you not to overdo kelp meal. It's like salt, might be necessary. We put it on because it has many micronutrients. It's grown in the ocean, and there are probably over 60 different minerals in the kelp meal. But you don't want to overdo it, because you can actually stunt growth if you overdo it there. Okay, that's about a half a cup full. Now, the place to get this is not the garden store. Go to the feed store, and they feed this to horses and other animals, and mix it in with their feed, and it has the effect of making their coats absolutely beautiful and healthy because of all those micronutrients in it there. Now, again, if you don't have this available, don't let it hold up planting here. I'm going to show you another place to get micronutrients. Now, this is ocean water. It's salty. You wouldn't want to drink it. This is Pacific Ocean water. Doesn't matter which ocean it comes out of, the Pacific, the Atlantic, the Indian Ocean, the Antarctic, Arctic. Ocean water is all the same, identical consistency, one element as to another. And every element that is in the atomic chart that you studied as in chemistry in high school, is in ocean water with the exception of some of the gases. So there will be about 90 different elements in this quart of ocean water. So, and all was in the same identical balance. And if you don't live close to an ocean, but you can get it out of the Dead Sea, it'll have the same consistency. If you get it out of the Great Salt Lake, it's the same. Those two bodies, the Dead Sea and the Great Salt Lake, have less water and more solids than the oceans do. But the consistency or the percentages of one to the other are absolutely identical. Interesting fact is that if you were to analyze human blood, that ocean water and human blood are almost identical there. Now this has all the salt in it, whatever, that's okay. We're gonna go ahead and put this in here. Okay, let's just go ahead and mix this, Jeff, and we'll start putting stuff in. Now, what we've done so far is to mix the soil and the nutrients with it, the phosphate and the lime. And now we fill the 1/3 bottom of this hole. So the third bottom of your planting hole is with this rich soil. We need to compact this a little bit, tramp this down enough so that we won't have excessive settling later. That's probably about enough. Okay, the next thing we're going to do here is that Ellen White talks about putting in a layer of rock. And people immediately think, well, that's for drainage. It's not. That layer of rock is to change the electrical force in the ground. Now, Ellen White did not say that, but we have discovered that since. A fellow by the name of Ian Jones did a lot of work and research on that, and we can measure the difference in the electrical current in the soil. Now plants take up nutrients with these tiny little hairline roots, and they bargain with the soil, exchanging them, and that's an electrical exchange, an ion for an ion. And so this next thing is important, and we just need a layer of rock in there. Just the rocks that I took out of that hole, we're just going to throw back in there. If you don't have rocks on your property, get several bucketfuls of gravel and you can use that instead. But anything from gravel to even softball size is just fine there. Okay, now some people have spread the rocks all out through the whole planting hole. But that's not the instruction from Ellen White. She said a layer of rock. And so I do it this way. I planted both ways. I haven't done enough of it to say that there's a difference. But she did say a layer of rock, and so that's why I've done it this way. The next thing we're going to do is to fill up the next 1/3 of that hole with just plain topsoil. No amendments in it whatsoever, just the plain topsoil. So I'll start doing that now. Run out of the topsoil, but we've got enough in here. Okay, now I want to add a little bit of cottonseed meal. Again, don't buy it at the nursery. Buy it at your feed store, and it should cost you about $16 for a bag full of it. And we're using it for nitrogen. Now, if you don't have it, don't let it stop you from planting your trees, your garden. But if you do have it, then a little nitrogen here will help. It's an excellent organic source of nitrogen. We need nitrogen, but we don't want that to be the dominant fertilizer again. We want the phosphate to be the carrier. Whenever we get nitrogen as the dominant carrier of the nutrients into the plant, we get weak, sick plants. We get plants that grow fast, a lot of leaves, a lot of stems, but we get weak, sickly plants, and we get produce that is not as healthy to eat. Okay, I have a boulder, I don't know, it might be 20 pounds or so, and we're going to put that right in the bottom of that hole. Remember, we're 2/3 of the way full now, and then as soon as we have the soil properly mixed, we'll cover that. Then we're going to take our little tree roots and we're going to spread it out over that rock, and that's for an anchor for that tree. Now, if you are planting a tree that has a taproot, a deep taproot, then dispense with this rock. It'll just get in your way. And if you don't have that rock, don't let it stop you from planting. Just go ahead and plant. It's only for an anchor. It's not that important here. Okay, we've got our gopher basket here, and we cut the bottom out because we don't want the wire to totally encase it. But we've cut that out, and we've gone, this is 24 inches, we can sink this in the ground below the gopher's normal tunneling area. So when he comes to this wire, he's going to come up. He won't go down, he'll come to this and then he'll come up. And we need a little bit of wire on the top, because when he comes up this far, he's going to realize that to get over, he has to expose himself to maybe an owl or a hawk or a skunk or other predator, and he doesn't want to be dinner for them. If the top of the soil is the top of the basket, our gopher wire, then he'll tunnel up here. When he gets to the top of the soil, he'll walk over and go right back down. So that's why we need a little of this sticking out of the ground to make sure that he stays outside and our plant is on the inside protected there. Okay, now where did that big rock go? Let's put that in. Thanks, Jeff. Okay, let's fill this with nice, this mixture of soil that we have. Well, yes, put a couple of shovelfuls just on top of the rock here. Thank you. One more on that side. There, and we've got it. Okay, that's good. Okay, now let's take the plain topsoil, no amendments mixed with it, and we'll put it around here. Yeah. Okay, now we kept our tree roots covered because we don't want them to dry out with wind or sun, so keep them covered the whole time. There, and these roots have already been pruned when they harvested the trees and sent them to the nursery. And the nursery pruned the top of the tree because we asked them to do that. So, Jeff, go ahead and get me some good soil here. That's great. Okay. Okay. Okay, now we don't want to cover the graft. Okay, we can just fill up the rest of this with our mixture here. Is it mixed? This was mixed over here, okay. You know, you can throw in a little bit of topsoil to mix it too at the same time.
Yeah.
Go ahead and throw some more on there, Jeff. Yeah, go ahead and put some more on there. Yeah, our hole only came to about here, but we put the dike out here, and now we've put good soil all the way to the edge here, and so that tree will go out and go into that good soil. But we've got the depth, and it can go out as well here, which will be just fine. Now, what I've got in this bucket is a shovelful of really nasty compost that came out of my backyard. It's just cold where I threw the kitchen scraps for a compost pile. And so I want earthworms, and I know there are plenty of earthworms there. So what I've done is take some earthworms. This is just to plant earthworms. And there, see these big old guys? And in a few months they'll multiply to hundreds and even thousands there. What they will do, these are red wigglers. Another name for them is compost worms. Another name is manure worms. And they don't go very deep in the ground, maybe 16, 18 inches. And then there's a second type of earthworm that would really be helpful in your garden, and that's the night crawlers. Now, night crawlers won't eat manure. These guys will eat manure, but the night crawlers will eat the manure that these guys leave behind. But the night crawlers will go deep into the ground. Sometimes when we're building and we're putting in a septic system or we're putting in a foundation that's deep, I've seen night crawlers way down in the soil, maybe 6, 8, even 10 feet underneath the surface. And especially in dry California, they'll go down there in the summertime. It's cooler and there's some moisture there. So they go down there and hibernate. But you can see that if you have a combination of these two worms, the earthworms on the surface, the red wigglers on the surface, they'll take down the leaf mold and the grass clippings and anything we put around this, and then the night crawlers will create that deep, they're digging your soil for you. They're actually doing a far better job than we could do. So I went down about 3 feet here. Those guys will go a lot further than that, and that'll be channels to take down moisture and nutrients, and those will be little channels that tree's roots will follow, so that it will be a much healthier tree in the long run. So between the earthworms, those two types that we have here, there are many different types of earthworms, but those two are pretty common in North America. If you don't have them on your ground naturally, find an organic gardener who will give you a handful of them, or go to a bait shop, a fishing store, and you can buy live worms in little cottage cheese cartons and bring them home and plant them there. Then if they have moisture and food and warmth, they'll multiply like crazy, and they'll hibernate. They'll go down below the frost line. But they'll do a wonderful job of tilling your soil and making your soil very rich, and providing good food for you there. Okay, now let's take, this is the pure compost over here. Okay, let's take pure compost and put an inch or two of it all the way around there. Do we have a rake handy? It's still down there. Do you have a rake in the back of the car? No? Okay. It's okay, we'll do it. We'll do it this way. I just wanted this somewhat level here. Close enough. Don't need to be that much of a perfectionist, huh? Good enough. Okay. Okay. As you mow the lawn, rake the leaves up, whatever, you can put a layer of mulch around that tree, and those earthworms will multiply and come up and take that down. Some people like to put a layer of rocks on top of the mulch. The mulch should be maybe 2 or 3 inches deep, 2, 3, 4 inches deep. Some people like to put a layer of rocks on top of that. If you have this tree in a landscaped area, you might want to do that. If you do that, then about every 6 months, the earthworms will eat all of what's underneath that away. And you'll have to throw the rocks out, put more mulch down, and cover it up again. So when it's out in the garden like this, I don't use the rock mulch. I simply throw more mulch on top. Now that means that the top layer is almost always dry, and the earthworms won't take down what's dry. But just keep adding to it, and then what was dry will be covered and get wet and get eaten down that way. You can put too much mulch on. One case a few miles from here, I had mulch about like this. A landscape gardener was dropping his grass clippings for me, and this was on eucalyptus trees. and I began to lose eucalyptus trees, pretty good sized ones, maybe that big, and some of them were 15, 20 feet tall. I began to lose them, and so I dug down to find out what was happening, and here I was watering these things like crazy, and the water was all running off because the mulch kept the water from going down. So if you see a problem in the garden, go look at it. See what you're looking at. Dig down there and see what you can find. You'll often find the problem and be able to correct it there. Okay, this is something that might save your tree. Just take a big can and cut it. Take the top and the bottom out of it and cut it. And we'll put it around the trunk of the tree. We'll push it down into the soil a bit there. Okay, now what that is for is so that mice won't get into the trunk, or even worms, cutworms, and eat the bark around your tree and kill that tree. So in this case we've got a gopher cage, so it's less necessary, but in some cases you're going to want to put some type of a can around, or some type of a protection. It doesn't have to be a can, it could be plastic even. But you want that protection so that the tree does not die. Another thing we haven't talked about much here is that we do have a dike around, and that's so that when we water, there's a place to hold the water. We're on the side of a hill, and if we just came out here and watered this, the surface would get wet, and then it would start running down over the side, and people would think, you'd think, well, I've watered enough, water's running down the driveway. You need a dam, you need a dike, so that the water will sit there and will soak in to the ground. And if you have any questions about whether your water is getting in or not, take a shovel and dig down a little bit and see for yourself how far down that water goes. People are usually shocked at how little bit of the surface is being moistened. And those roots, you've got to get the water down where those roots are going to get the moisture. Otherwise, you're trying to grow a plant with just an inch or two of moisture and soil on the surface, and that's not going to work. You're not going to get good results with that. So anyway, that's a good way of doing it. Make it level so that the water can sit in that basin, maybe an inch or 2 inches. And in California, in the hot sunshine in the summertime, we add about 2 inches minimum a week. And watch the tree, watch the soil, dig down and see whether you need more moisture or not, and adjust your watering accordingly there. Okay, let's water this. Yeah, let's just go ahead and pour it on here. Yes, please. Okay, we have a pretty deep hole there. If you remember, it was 3 feet wide and about 3 feet deep. And so it'll take a lot of water to water that the first time. And this is the spring of the year, early March. So it'll need less water now than a little bit later. Remember that the root ball on that was not very big. They just had these few little roots. So it's very important that those roots stay moist until this plant can get going. And if this were in my own yard, I would want it watered daily until it really takes hold. There, you can overwater. You can kill a tree, you can kill a plant easily by having too much water, and that floods it. So again, take your shovel and just dig down occasionally and look at what the moisture looks like there. And see what you're looking at. You have a problem anywhere in the garden, take your shovel and go down and and see what the problem is. Too much water, not enough water. Usually in California it's not enough water, but I've seen people kill trees too with too much water there. We probably should put at least 20 gallons of water on this. This is somewhat dry material, especially by the time we mixed in all of the compost and leaf mold. And this first year is going to be absolutely critical. We probably need to water almost every day, except when it's cool, until the fall rains come again. Because in this part of the world, we're not going to have rain now until October or November. And this is March right now. So we need to water that regularly, make sure that it's comfortable there. Okay, that's about 15 gallons, and let's do that one more time, Jeff, and then we'll call that enough for today. There. Okay, that's better than 20 gallons on there, isn't it, total? Yeah. What do you think, Jeff? Think we got enough on there? I think so. I think so. Yeah. That pretty much finishes our planting of this tree. Thank you. And if this seems too complicated, just try it on one little tree. You'll see an absolute miracle in your garden. And remember that this is not my wisdom or some master gardener's wisdom. This was given as divine wisdom to God's church for the end of time. So use it and you'll get great results. Thank you.
We want to take a look at some of the tools that would be important in gardening and country living. There are several different types of tools that are important to consider that are very useful. We can get some of these tools in versions that use electricity, some in versions that use gasoline. But we want to also be aware and be on the lookout for and collecting or obtaining tools that we can use if gasoline or electricity are not available. We want to have the backup of the hand tools that will be most efficient and useful and know how to maintain, sharpen, and use them. So we want to take a look at a few of these, and one of the first things that I would mention is a good pair of shoes and a good pair of gloves. It's good to have some extra gloves on hand. Gloves are useful if you're having to work with rough things. Some types of tools will put blisters on your hands if your hands are not used to them, and wearing gloves can help that. If you're working with brush that has briars or thorns on it, gloves are good for that. We want to look at some of the tools that would be useful for cutting, keeping down weeds, brush, getting wood, cutting down things that may be like a tree leaning over the garden, firewood, many of these kind of things. Of course, most of us are familiar with chainsaws. We can use a chainsaw to do cutting of wood. It's important to be aware of the safety procedures that are important for using a chainsaw. And some of these include the use of goggles or something to protect the face. Many of the tools, especially motorized tools, electric motors or gasoline motors, make it important to use goggles that will protect your eyes. You can get different types of goggles. This kind of pair of goggles works well for many of these applications. And then also we have earplugs. You can buy boxes like this of earplugs to put in your ears to help protect from noise that oftentimes comes with motorized equipment. These kind of earplugs just fit in your ear. You can roll them up on one end until it squeezes down pretty small, just like that. Just roll it until it squeezes down. Then you can hold your ear down and push it in comfortably, not too far. And then do the same with the other one. Push it in. And they will gradually swell and fill back out until they fill up that ear canal. And you can hear the sound start muffling as they swell up, and things get very quiet. Sometimes people even notice, if they're listening to somebody talking who has earplugs in, that the person talking will start talking louder and louder because they don't hear themselves as well. Then in addition to the earplugs, there are also other types of protection that can be used, such as ear muffs. There are ear muffs that will fit over the ears with a band over the top, and those can be used in conjunction with earplugs for a double effect of quietening things down. And this ear protection helps to save valuable hearing that can be lost permanently by hearing loud noises too much. Then another thing that is useful in our consideration of equipment to cut things with are the different types of hand tools that we can use. Of course, with wood, we're familiar with saws, such as a hand saw. This is used oftentimes in carpentry just to cut small pieces of wood. A hand saw or a bow saw. The teeth are a little rougher on a bow saw, and the bow saw can be used for larger pieces of wood depending on the size. You can get bow saws from fairly short and even fold-up models that can all fold down into one piece or one straight line. They can be used for camping or taking with a person who's backpacking. Bow saws can come up to even much longer than this, 3 or 4 feet long. I've seen them as long as about 5 feet, large bow saw. Then we have the heavier type, one-man crosscut saw. Sometimes you can find ones like this at flea markets or antique stores. Sometimes they may not be in real good condition, but they can be cleaned up and made usable. They're very good to have on hand. And then we're familiar with crosscut saws as well. The two-man saw. But it's good to have the things that can be used by hand. And with saws such as a bow saw, it's very helpful to have a spare blade or two to keep on hand, because sometimes these blades, under a lot of wear and pressure, can snap or break in two, and so having a spare blade available is very helpful. Maybe even several on hand would be a good insurance policy. When we're working with wood, there are several other items that also are useful and important to keep in mind and to have on hand if we can get them. One for rolling logs. This is called a peavey. There are also tools that are very similar to this, but instead of a long solid piece of metal here, it just has a band of metal that comes around, and sometimes it will have a piece of metal on the end with some teeth. That's called a cant hook. Peaveys often will have a point on the end as well, a metal point that is driven in to the end. And the peavey is just put into the log. The hook will catch in the log, and as a person lifts, the hook catches, and the leverage enables a person to turn the log with much more ease than trying to turn it just with your hands. So that's very helpful. An axe, of course, is a good part of wood equipment. A double-bitted axe is very useful. Many of the old-timers would keep one side of the axe specifically for cutting roots in the ground or things near the ground where they might hit dirt or rocks or even wire or staples in a tree where a fence or something might have been put up. So they would keep one blade just for those kind of uses, and the other blade would be for cutting wood only where there was no danger of damaging it. That way they could keep one blade very sharp and not have nicks or damages in it, and the other side was the one to use where there might be a liability of damage. A double-bitted axe is also much easier to use for doing simple wood hewing, squaring up the side of a piece of wood or hewing a piece of wood down to make a handle for a tool. A double-bitted axe, as you can see, is more slim than some other types of axes, such as the single-bitted axe. Single-bitted axe, you can see, is much thicker than the double-bitted axe, and of course axes come in different sizes and shapes. Even this is a smaller one and even more slim. The more slim that the axe is, the easier it is to do simple hewing with it. Notching, like for the end of a cabin wall, or even hewing the end of a piece of wood for a stake. You can sharpen it like a pencil point just by turning it and hewing on the bottom of the stake with a double-bitted axe. It would be very hard to do that with a single-bitted axe because the end is a little more blunt, it's much thicker, and widens much more on the top. These also, the single-bitted axe also works good for splitting wood if the wood is not too big. When you hit the piece of wood, many times the axe will stick in the top of the piece of wood if it doesn't split immediately, and then the back of the axe can be hit and driven on down into the block of wood just like a little wedge. Now it's very important to remember not to hit the back of the axe with another hammer, such as a sledgehammer. If the axe is in a piece of wood, you don't want to hit the back of it with a sledgehammer. What's going to happen if you do that? The back end of the axe is going to flare out, and something else that can also happen is the hole can start getting wider because of being mashed together from the blows on the back, and it can even split out the side of the axe where the handle goes in. So what would you hit the back of the axe with? The best thing to use is a maul made from a piece of wood. You can take a branch from a tree or a small tree trunk and just whittle a handle out of most of the length of it, cut it 2 or 2.5 feet long, and whittle a handle out of the end of it, and just leave about 4 or 5 inches at the end, the full size. So it's like a wooden hammer all the way along with a wooden head on it, and you can hit the back of this with that wooden handle. Never hit the back of an axe with something metal because of the damage that you can produce. But the single-bitted axe works good for that. It can also be used for getting a split started for making stakes. If you have a piece of a tree that is 5 or 6 feet long and you want to make stakes, you can hit the end with the axe to get a little split started, and then you can use your wooden maul to hit the end of the axe and drive it in a little more, or you can use a wedge. It's ideal to have several wedges. These can be used for additional splitting and larger pieces of wood, and also for splitting stakes out of a log. And once you get the split started, you can just put the wooden wedge in there. And you can use the sledgehammer. Wedges are designed to hit with a heavier tool, such as a sledgehammer. It will flare the top some, and so it's important to be careful that any little flakes of metal don't fly off and hit you. The wedge can be driven in, and then if it still doesn't split as far as it needs to, another wedge can be driven in a little further and just work down the log to split it. There are several types of larger hammers that can be used in working with wood or for other purposes. Some hammers, such as this one here, which is about a 16-pound hammer, is useful for breaking up rock. If you have to break up rock, you can hit the rock with the pointed end, and the other end can be used also. It also is very useful for pounding in stakes that you're putting into the ground. Because of the weight, it helps to give a good driving action, much more than a smaller hammer would. Then another tool, this is like a wedge on the end of a handle. This is an axe-eye maul, or a splitting maul with a handle in it. This can be used to split wood oftentimes without the use of any other tool. By hitting hard on the top of a piece of firewood, the split can be developed, the top can be hit, and with these a small sledgehammer can be used because of a much bigger size head and a more solid piece of metal. Or if the piece of wood is not too big, even just pounding the piece of wood, if it's stuck on the end of the handle, can help to split it. But this works very well for splitting firewood. Now let's take a look at one more of the things that can be used for cutting wood. An electric chainsaw. Electric chainsaw, of course, requires electricity, but it is easy to start. It just requires pulling the trigger. I'll demonstrate here. Requires having an extension cord that will fit, that is long enough to fit to wherever you need to do your cutting, but it doesn't require gasoline. It still has a place to put in oil for oiling the chain and keeping it lubricated. It's the same basic principle as far as keeping the chain tight and other adjustments, filing and sharpening. The bar operates the same as a gasoline chainsaw, but for those who don't want to pay the expense of a gasoline chainsaw, but would like to do some simple cutting around their home, an electric chainsaw can be very useful and is much cheaper. Cutting tools are important in the garden for trimming as well as around a country home place. Ability to cut grass. Most people are familiar with a lawnmower. You can either get a lawnmower that has a blade that turns horizontally and cuts the grass off, or a rolling type mower. Many of the old-fashioned push mowers were of a rolling type of blade structure that would run around and cut the grass off. Also, for cutting grass, for cutting weeds, for trimming bushes, there are many different tools available. We have hedge clippers. These work good for being able to cut fairly rough brush, briars, hedges, weeds, things like that. Many of them even have a hole right at the beginning part of the blade near the bottom. You can catch a branch with it and cut it off, a branch maybe as big as your finger. It would be harder to do that further out, but right close to the edge you have more leverage action, and the little notch there helps to hold the branch in place while you cut it. Hedge clippers are very useful for doing a lot of quick trimming around the home. For small trees and larger brush, a pruning saw works good. These are used especially for pruning fruit trees, but also small trees and brush can be pruned or cut effectively with this kind of a saw. We've already talked about the bow saw, which can work for those kind of things. Then another tool that's useful is a machete. A machete can cut lots of brush quickly with its sharp blade, and it's important to keep the blade sharp for the most effective use, and it's also important to be very careful in using a machete to avoid injury that can come if you swing near a leg or swing in a way that if something misses, if you miss what you're hitting or it glances off, that you would hit a leg. Also being very careful around other people so as not to endanger them is important with a tool like this. Then we have smaller types of pruning tools, hand clippers. They come in different styles and have a spring to make them spread apart easily when a person is getting ready to prune with them. There are shearing kinds of clippers such as these where the blades pass each other with a scissors type of action. Then there are other types of clippers that have a flat surface called an anvil with a blade that comes against that anvil. Both are useful types of pruning tools to have. It's good to get a good quality pruning tool. It may cost a little more, but it will serve the purpose longer. Another type of cutting tool that's useful around a farm is a heavy-duty utility knife. Utility knife blades are easy to buy in extra supplies and just keep on hand. In fact, some knives even have the ability to store extra blades inside. They will open up and the extra blades can be stored inside. They're very sharp, like a razor, and they can cut quickly if a person is not careful in a place where they may not want to cut. So they have to be used with care, but they are very useful. As we demonstrated in the fall DVD series on gardening and grafting, these are ideal for doing grafting work with a blade that uses utility knife, or a knife that uses utility blades. Those are cutting tools, and knowing how to sharpen these tools and maintain them is important too. A little oil on the blades of cutting tools will help preserve them. And a good way to put this oil on is with a rag. Oil like WD-40 can be used. I like to use old motor oil. I keep the oil that I drain out of the vehicle when we change the oil. We keep that old motor oil and we will put it back in the containers, and I just use a little spout that comes from some of the types of oil that people can purchase sometimes, such as high-tack oil additive or other types of oil additive. Many of these will come with a spout that's interchangeable with a standard 1-quart oil container. These can then be filled up with used motor oil, and a little motor oil can be put in the places where there's moving parts on the pruning equipment, like this. Then it can be worked into those joints and it can also be spread up and down the blade to oil it up and preserve it from rust. Many good uses for used motor oil in things like this around a home place. That will help it last longer and be in working order. Then, another important thing in using cutting tools like this is to keep them sharp. Some of the blades are designed to operate with one side being flat or nearly blunt and the other side being sharp. And then some are designed with both sides being sharp. Ascertaining what needs to be sharpened is important, and you can usually figure that out by looking carefully at it. And then a good file is very useful for sharpening the blades like this one here. Here we can see there are two angles of bevel. There's an angle that's coming across the top here, and then there's another angle of bevel here. The lower angle of bevel is the one that we will want to sharpen. This can be done by using a stroke one direction against the cutting edge, and then we lift it up and bring it back. And we want to start all the way back at the beginning and just keep working our way across like that till it's clean and shiny all the way across. And you can feel also if you're getting all the way down to the bottom edge. Sometimes when you file, it takes a little while to get enough metal filed down till you're getting a sharp edge, because the edge has gotten rounded and it requires filing down to get that sharp edge again. Once you get enough of an edge that you can just barely scrape your finger across, and you can feel it catching, it doesn't just slide easily across, you know you're getting the sharpness that you need. And on this one we want to do the same on the other side, since both sides have a bevel for sharpening. But you will notice on this one there's not as much bevel on this side as there was on the first side. This is designed for this to do most of the cutting, but this side here is also a side that is kept fairly sharp, so we'll do a little filing there as well. That will help to make this tool work much more effectively. Keeping tools good and sharp is important for safe operation, actually, because a person has to work much harder with a dull tool, and the likelihood of something slipping or causing injury is actually greater with a dull tool. So keeping the tools good and sharp makes things safer in the long run, and it also makes things go much quicker. The work can be done much more efficiently. Another type of file that's important to use, especially with sharpening chainsaws or electric saws, gas or electric chainsaws, is the round file. The round file is important for sharpening the tooth on a chainsaw, and it's important to use the file that's the right size. And when filing a chainsaw, it's important also to follow the angle. On the teeth on a saw such as the still saw, the tooth has a little angle gauge so that the person can see what the angle should be that the file is running in order to file it. You can see the little line that helps to keep the angle in mind for the proper angle in sharpening a chainsaw. These round files can be useful for other applications where you need something that's a little curved as well. These files that are flat are oftentimes just referred to as mill files. They come in different sizes, and for sharpening blades such as we're doing here, a 10-inch file or even a 12-inch file is ideal. This is a 10-inch file. Here I have a 12-inch file as well. 10 and 12. You can see the difference in the size. Now the 12-inch file can be especially handy for longer types of blades. We have here another cutting tool that is useful for cutting weeds. This is a hand scythe with a short blade. Blades come in different lengths, but the hand scythe is very useful for cutting weeds with a mowing action going from one side to the other, and also turning the blade a little bit so it also gives a slicing action. And it works if the blade is very sharp. It's important to keep the blade sharp to try to avoid, when using it, hitting the ground or hitting rocks. And the blade has to be sharpened at the proper angle, just as you can see on this blade here. There's a long bevel. It's rusty right now, but we'll sharpen it a little bit and it'll be more apparent. There's a long bevel that allows you to get a very sharp edge on the edge of the blade. I'm going to set it down here in order to do a little work on filing. You want to be careful not to run it up when holding a file like this, not to run your thumb up against it or you could cut it. You can see the edge starting to clean up. And you can feel, when you feel it, the edge starts to get sharp. You want to keep sharpening till it's like a razor edge. And even after doing the filing, to get a really sharp edge, you can use a whetstone, such as would be used for sharpening a pocket knife, to really hone it down very smooth. The smoother and sharper it is, the better it will work, and the easier it is to operate the scythe. In old days, when people used to work all day out in the field cutting hay or cutting grain, they would keep a sharpening stone in their pocket so that if they hit the dirt or started getting a little dull, they could sharpen it up right away. Now, when that gets good and sharp, It will cut weeds and grass with very little effort. Just requires swinging it, slicing right through that grass and keeping it just a little above the ground. A side handle can be obtained in aluminum styles such as this one, or with a wooden handle such as this one. This has a little longer blade. This illustrates how you can get a blade with different sizes. Then there are also sides that have an attachment called a cradle on it. Here's an example of a side with a cradle. This has a long blade, as you can see here. This blade is designed for cutting grain, such as wheat or barley or oats. The cradle is a cage-type apparatus that is designed to catch all of the grain that is cut, the stalks and everything, and when it is cut, all of that that's caught is in a bunch, and this can just be turned up and the grain dumped down, then another cut, dumped down, another cut, and dumped down, and that way the bundles of grain are together with all the heads on one end. It's not all mixed together, such as if there was no cradle. So, for harvesting grain, a cradle is very important. Another cutting tool that can be used with cutting weeds, limbs, and larger types of brush is the loppers. Some loppers have a lever action, such as this one has, that gives you extra leverage for the cutting effect. Some of them are just a direct pivot point right in the middle of the two sections. And the principles of lubricating and sharpening are the same with these. If the blade has some heavy nicks or places where it's hit some pieces of rock or gravel, such as in cutting roots in the ground, if that was done with it, then it may be necessary to file the flat side first. This one here has a few little nicks. You can see them and even feel them. They're bent up a little bit, so we want to smooth that off, and we'll just run this on the flat side flat till that's all smoothed off flat and you don't feel any of those nicks. Then the principle is the same as with the hedge clippers. We'll want to file this bevel. Again, you can see there's a long sloping bevel and then a short bevel on this edge. We want to file that short bevel till we get a razor sharp edge. And you can feel that edge if you just slightly rub your finger against it. You don't want to ever test an edge by running your thumb across like that. Always run perpendicular and just see very lightly if you can feel it catching, whether it's round and slides smoothly or whether it catches a little bit. That will help the clippers to work much better and make it much easier for doing clipping. Then another tool for cutting heavier brush, and I've even observed people to cut down trees with this tool. This is a bush axe. Both sides can be sharpened, and the bush axe can be used with the hook to help catch things that you can't get in close and reach. Pull them out a little bit, cut them. It can be used with either side for doing cutting. It too is sharpened similarly to the others, but on this one, each side gets sharpened of this blade in order to have a point in the middle. And sometimes, as we see on this file here, when we're filing something that's collected some rust, the rust builds up in the file and makes it a little harder to be able to file effectively. When that happens, we can just use a steel brush The steel brush can work effectively to clean out a lot of the rust. It's important not to brush against the cutting edge of the file. All of the little grooves in the file are designed to cut in one direction. So we want to go with the direction that those cutting grooves are aimed. We can brush out a lot of the rust and clean out those grooves so it works better again. Especially if you try to file something that's oily or has some gummy substance on it, you may end up with the grooves getting filled up, and cleaning them out will help a lot. Then we can sharpen our bush axe more. Or whatever else we're needing to sharpen. After sharpening one side, then it's important to turn it over, sharpen the other side equally. And you can tell as you're sharpening that you're getting some results as you see it start getting more and more shiny, just like you can see right here. And you'll feel the edge it starts developing as you keep sharpening all the way along. And then the same thing would be on the other side. Sometimes for doing this kind of sharpening, it's very helpful to have a block of wood or something that you can use as a rest. Again, a good sharp tool in the long run is safer because you don't have to use as much effort and you don't end up with as much likelihood of things bouncing off or slipping. Just like with a double-bitted axe, some people may wish to keep one side of the bush axe for hitting things close to the ground, roots or things like that, and the other side for cutting up in the air. That way only one side gets damaged if ever any little rocks, gravel, or other types of things that could damage the blade are hit. So those are the principles of sharpening on this kind of a tool. Then another type of tool that can be used for cutting is the swing blade. It's pretty obvious. Swing means to swing, and it works very effectively for cutting grass and small weeds. The swing blade can be sharpened as the others were with a file. But I'll mention something else here at this point that can be used if you have electricity available that can greatly speed up the sharpening process on some of the heavier types of steel tools, and that's a little side grinder. They come in different models and styles, but this is essentially what we have with a side grinder. And these work effectively for sharpening some of these types of tools as well. What we're going to do, if you notice looking closely at this, there's just one bevel side, and it's serrated to help give a better cutting action. The top side is beveled and the bottom is not. So we're going to sharpen all the way along this top side. And here again, when using something like this, it's a good idea to wear our goggles to avoid getting little slivers of metal in our eyes. We can do the same on the other side. Very quickly, we have a sharpening effect that is suitable for this kind of a tool. We really don't even need to use a file any further. One of the things you may have noticed while I was sharpening was I always kept the grinder moving. What's going to happen if you stop and let it set in one place? It's going to start grinding down very quickly. So it's important to always keep it moving in order to keep as smooth a result as possible. A little side grinder like this also is very good for sharpening an axe, such as our double-bitted axe. And for doing this kind of sharpening, if you have a stump or a good heavy block of wood, a good way to do it is just to stick it in the block of wood firmly. And then you can just run along. And then on the other side, as you can see, it makes a pretty good sharp edge, and then you can use a file just to quickly touch it up. If there's any little edge from the top of the metal that peeled over a little bit, you can take that off. Sometimes there'll just be a very, very little light, almost microscopic thin edge that's turned over a little bit. Very easy to clean that off with a file. And you have a nice, good, sharp edge. Saves a lot of time filing. But of course, if you don't have an electric side grinder and don't have the electricity, the file works fine. Just takes a little more time and effort. Now there are some other tools that require sharpening that we use in the garden. It might come as a surprise to realize that in order for a hoe to really work good, it helps to have it sharpened. I'll show you here how to sharpen a hoe and some other tools that would be useful in our garden and around our country home. When we look at a hoe such as this one, this hoe was new not long ago. It's been used some amount, but no longer is there any sharpness on it. You can see it has a pretty round edge. How would you want to sharpen a hoe in order to make it work better? The best way to sharpen a hoe is to to file a bevel on the back side. And here's how we're going to do that. We want to secure our hoe firmly, and then we'll hold at about a 45-degree angle. Now we have an edge here a little bit with that angle. If it doesn't feel like the roundness is gone yet, we can go a little more. It doesn't have to be sharp, razor sharp, like the cutting edges on the hedge clippers and the loppers and things like that, but if we get a more narrow edge along the front end, then we find it will be much easier in cutting through the roots of weeds and things that we're hoeing in the garden. It actually makes it more efficient and doesn't require as much effort on our part. On this one, we'll grind a little more to get more of an edge. And if there are any serious nicks that cause the end to be bent in, we can take them out at the same time by just going along flat on the flat side. We're not trying to make a bevel, we're just trying to take out any variations where the nicks would stick up. So we can do that quickly. Now we're getting an edge that will cut through weed stalks and tough roots fairly quickly. That makes it much easier when using the hoe, chopping weeds off just a little ways below the surface of the ground, especially when they're small. That's enough to kill them. And that makes a hoe more efficient. In the use of every tool that we have available, there is a science to making the most efficient and useful use of that tool. God wants us to learn how to do our best at whatever we're doing, and to be able to maintain and sharpen these tools will enable us to do that. Another tool that can be used for cutting. This is not one that you may see very often, but if you happen to be around a flea market or a antique store, you may see something like this and you'll know what it can be used for, and if it's reasonable you may want to get it. It's just another style of swing blade. It works very effectively for cutting small grass. It just requires swinging it down close to the ground, and when it's sharp it will work very effectively. This, like the others, just requires looking to see which side has a bevel and then sharpening that bevel with your flat file. A thin piece of metal like this you would not want to use a grinder on, because the grinder grinds a lot of metal quickly. It's better for heavier pieces of metal or heavier tools. The slim pieces of metal, it's better to use a file. Also, I might mention that when you have an axe or a sledgehammer or some other tool that gets rough use and is likely to have a handle break, it's good to have an extra handle kept on hand just for that situation where maybe you're working with it and the handle breaks. It can happen, especially with an axe or a sledgehammer, and particularly when a person is not as experienced, and it happens to experienced people sometimes too. If you're going to hit a piece of wood, but you end up overshooting and you come down with the head right beyond the piece of wood, and the handle hits the wood instead of the axe or the sledgehammer, what does that do to the handle? On an axe, it puts a lot of strain on the handle, and the head will sometimes bend a little bit, and it can start cracking the end of the handle where the wood goes into the head. On a sledgehammer, it's even more likely for that to happen. If you're using a sledgehammer, and let's say you're pounding in some stakes into the ground, and you are hitting the tops of the stakes, and you get things all situated so the stake will stay there, and you go to hit it, but instead of hitting the stake with your head of the sledgehammer, you hit the handle. What do you think will happen? With a wooden handle, many times, one time of that happening is enough to crack the handle if it doesn't break it totally off, especially on a big sledgehammer. This particular sledgehammer is designed specifically to handle that kind of shock with a special heavy steel cable joint in it. This is not the kind of sledgehammer you can find very often, but most sledgehammers will have wooden or fiberglass handles, and even that kind of treatment on a fiberglass handle is pretty hard. So it's important to keep an extra handle on hand, or maybe even a couple of them, as backups if something should happen and the handle breaks. Now let's take a look at a few other cutting tools and implements that are good to be aware of and maybe to have around the home and the country farm. A gasoline weed whacker is very useful. This is a Shindaiwa model. These are one of the brands that is designed to hold up to more wear and tear. They're oftentimes used by people who do professional yard care. This is the harness that is used with a Shindaiwa weed whacker, and it helps to distribute the weight with portions on both sides of the shoulder and a harness going around. The weed whacker can be started and then hooked into the harness, and it's very convenient for cutting. We use a weed whacker quite a bit for trimming around in our area here. You can get different types of spools that can go on the end of the weed whacker with plastic string or metal blades. There are different types of metal blades available for these. That will greatly speed up the trimming process when you are working in cutting weeds. But of course, if you don't have a gas weed whacker, or if you can't get gasoline, then the hand tools are important to be able to utilize. Weed whackers, like chainsaws, come in electric models as long as you can run an extension cord that's heavy enough to carry the current that is necessary for longer distances. Then an electric weed whacker can be very convenient. They're also cheaper than the gas models. Let's look at a couple of other tools that are useful on the farm or around the home. These may not look like tools, but they're something we use almost daily. Just regular 5-gallon buckets. If you go by a place where construction work is being done, or you know somebody who does joint work and sheetrock work, they can oftentimes give you the buckets left over from these types of construction jobs, and the buckets are very useful for hauling or mixing up things to use in your garden. The cans from institutional size food that's put in cans commercially, and even smaller cans, all are very useful for mixing ingredients to use in the garden, or for putting nails or screws or other things in. Even sometimes if you have pieces of plastic or trash that turn up in your garden, just having a bucket or a can to take along with you when you're working in the plants or cultivating to put those things in is very helpful. So if you have the opportunity to pick those up, it's good to keep an eye out for them. Another tool that's useful is some type of a mattock or heavier digging tool than a hoe. This is a lightweight mattock. You see, a mattock has a wide blade on one side and a narrow blade on the other side. Sometimes the narrow blade can be turned at a right angle to the wide blade. This is a lightweight one with a long handle. This works good for ladies. They like the lighter weight tools sometimes. Men are designed to use the heavier tools with a greater muscle mass in their body. So it's good to have tools designed for the person using them. This is a pick. It has a flat side on one side, just a little bit like a mattock, but longer and more pointed. Then on the other side it has a point. This works real good for getting down in between rocks that may be stuck in hard and prying them out. Sometimes even breaking up ground that is a soft or shaly rock type of substance. Pick is very useful for doing heavy digging work. Here's a mattock. You can see how the blade on one side, this is the heavier duty mattock, is one direction, and then it has a perpendicular side. This works good, especially if you keep it sharpened up with a grinder or heavy file for cutting roots. If you have to dig up stumps, you can use this to dig around the stump, and then wherever you hit roots, you can use the other side to cut through those roots. Also for digging, for moving and prying, different sizes of steel bars are very useful. Sometimes around scrap yards or junk yards you can get steel bars. This is the torsion spring out of an old pickup truck. They have an arm on one end that can be adjusted to tighten up or loosen the tension in the spring. The spring actually works by twisting. In a car, there's a tremendous pressure on the torsion spring, and when the car goes over a bump, the bouncing action is provided by this torsion spring twisting. But this is a very high grade of spring steel, and it makes it very good to use as a bar for prying, for breaking up rocks in a garden. I have used this bar many, many times. I have beaten on the top with a sledgehammer, but you can see it's hardly flattened out at all. It's because it's such a high grade of steel. It will withstand a lot of beating without really flattening out on top. On the other end, I used an acetylene cutting torch and cut a little angle and then ground it down a little bit more. And there's enough of a point there. When I'm digging a post hole, if I dig a big rock, I can put that bar in there and hit the top with a sledgehammer and usually break it up enough to get it out. Even just by hand, rocks can be broken up. There's enough weight in it on small rocks. So a bar like that is very useful. Another thing that I use it for in the garden, when I'm putting in stakes, after I've made the points on them with an axe or a chainsaw, then if I need to put stakes for stringing up beans or tomatoes or cucumbers, I can use this bar and just make a hole in the ground going down about 16 or 18 inches, And it makes it very easy, it's a pilot hole, to be able to drive that stake right down into the ground then with a big sledgehammer. That helps to get through any places where there might be tight rocks. It can be wiggled back and forth, and a hole can be put into the ground. By wiggling back and forth, it helps to widen the top, and it makes an easy place to drive the stake down in. Other types of prying tools are useful. A wrecking bar, they come in different sizes and lengths. And even just the little types of prying tools, you may see them and you can pick them up very cheap at flea markets or somewhere. It's good to get a few and have them on hand. There are different needs where they will come in very handy. Now, one thing I might mention, when I'm working with a chainsaw or even with a weed whacker and some other tools for outdoor work, I find it very helpful to use the earplugs. And not only the earplugs, as I've demonstrated before, but this kind of a protective helmet with a visor in the front. I can put the earplugs in. I can use goggles. Then I can put this protective cover on the top. And with the earplugs and the ear protectors on the side, it gives me double protection for my ears. And then with the visor on the front, I have good protection for my eyes. Then when I start up the weed whacker, or if I use the chainsaw, I have good protection around my head. It's always good to have the protection that will help keep your eyes and your ears useful as long as possible. Only takes one little piece of metal or a little chip of a rock to cause serious injury or damage. Now, a few other tools we may not have covered yet in the cutting department. In addition to the folding pruning saw, we also have longer types of pruning saws. Some of them even come with holders you can fasten on your belt. It helps to keep the saw with you when you're climbing a tree. These saws can also be sharpened with smaller types of files. A little triangular shaped file, sometimes you can buy them under the classification of a tapered file, and then a little narrow flat file can be used to sharpen these kind of saws. A few other things that are useful on the farm, in the garden, and around the house are a tape measure for measuring the distance between rows. I like to mark on my hoe using the tape measure the distance that I may use as standard distances between rows out in a field where I'm making rows with a hoe. And if I use a 24-inch or 30-inch or 32-inch or 36 or even a 48-inch setting, I can just make a little notch with my pocket knife there, and then it's always permanently there. It's easy for me then to use that that measurement, I don't have to carry the tape with me. Just as long as I have my hoe, I can use that measurement to mark where my rows are going to go according to the distance that I need. But the tape measure does serve a good purpose in many situations. Another useful thing to have is a magnet. If a screw or something should drop out and you know approximately where it might have been, a good heavy magnet enables you to just swing it along over the ground, and many times you can find something that you may have dropped or are missing. Then in some of the hand tools that you may need in the garden, we have a little garden fork, a garden spade. This works good for digging little holes for transplanting. There's also a little hand mattock, kind of a combination pick and mattock. That works really good where there may be some ground that's hard. Another pair of clippers that can be used for clipping grass. If working around wire or fencing, such as when tying up tomatoes and putting a wire across the top of the stakes, as we demonstrate in the section on stringing up tomatoes, or in working with fencing, some heavy-duty tools such as pliers that have a slot for cutting wire on the side. These can be used both in electrical work or in wire and fencing work. Then a fencing tool is very useful. Fencing tool has both the place to cut wire, also a place to grab the wire if needing to tighten it up. If you have a fence stake and you're trying to tighten the wire up, in order to staple it up tight, you can put this tool around the wire, grab the wire tight, and then pry until you get it pulled tight. And then with your other hand, you can hammer a staple in. If you put the staple in with the wire through, then pull the wire tight, you can finish hammering the staple in with your other hand. Another useful part of this fencing tool is the end that can be used for hitting staples if necessary. And then the other end can be used for pulling them out. You simply put it underneath the staple, and if the staple is driven all the way into a piece of wood, you put that right down against the staple, and by hitting this end you can drive it down under the staple into the wood. Then when you're under the staple far enough, you can pull it back and pull that staple out. If the staple is part way out, you can hook each side of the very end here underneath the staple and pull it out pretty easily. So each part of the fencing tool has a very useful part in working with wire and staples and things relating to fence. Fencing tool and a hammer are must tools when working with wire and fencing. Then we come to our main garden digging tools. Of course, we have round pointed shovels. These are very useful for many digging applications. We have different sizes of flat, or sometimes people refer to them as square shovels. They are good for shoveling things out of truck beds or from a flat surface where there's a place you can scrape along, or even like sawdust or something very loose. It is much easier to scoop up a good amount when using the square shovel. These types of shovels come either with a shorter handle and a place to use the other hand, or they can come with longer handles like the round pointed shovel had. Here's an example of one with a longer regular shovel handle. These handles can be replaced if necessary, and if you look closely at this handle here, this has been a replacement handle put in, and you can see that the original rivets were taken out, and these are just simply nails that were used. These were regular 16-penny nails, and the ends were just cut slightly above the surface of the metal, and then the end was braided over with a ball peen hammer. It's necessary to have a good hard surface, a piece of metal such as, for instance, the sledgehammer like we have here, or a vise or an anvil. And it's important to put, when putting a handle in like this, drilling the hole through the wood, putting the piece of metal, if you don't have the proper rivet type of metal to put in, then get a nail that's the same size as the hole as near as possible, put it all the way in, and cut the top just a little high, not down flush. It can be cut with a hacksaw or with heavy clippers, and then braid it over with a ball peen hammer. And I'll get one and show you. The ball peen hammer has a round end on it for braiding over nails or rivets and things like that. So by putting this flat side on the sledgehammer and then hitting the top with the ball peen hammer, it flattens it over, spreads it out, and makes a head kind of like a on it. And then it will stay there as long as you need it. When it's time to replace the handle again, if the handle breaks or something happens to it, it's simply a matter of cutting or grinding that head off, and then you can use a little steel shaft, another nail, or a punch, knock the piece of steel back out that you had used in there, put in a new handle, drill the holes, put in another nail, and braid it over, and you're ready to go. We also have garden spades. This spade here has a kind of handle that's split on the back, as you can see. These can hold up pretty well, but the ideal kind of handle to have is one that comes all the way up and is one solid piece with the wood part going down inside, such as you see on this shovel. This is solid all the way around, comes all the way down into the spade area, and the wood goes inside. There's not much likelihood of this twisting, breaking, or coming apart, and it's possible that you can use a lot of pressure on these types of spades when you're working, and so having this solid shank for the handle makes it the strongest. You may also find that in some situations you will have what looks like a solid handle, such as you see on this garden fork, but in fact it's two pieces. As you see right here at the end, the garden fork is just on the end of a piece of metal that's stuck into the end of the handle, and this is just a steel collar around it. It's not actually a one-piece metal all the way along. This is probably the least desirable kind because it's possible for this to work loose and to come out, and it's hard to get it to stay in. The most desirable kind is the one that's one solid piece. Another useful tool to have is a post hole digger. Good for digging holes, for putting in posts or stakes wherever you may need them. Post hole diggers are important and essential piece of equipment. They can also be used for digging holes where you want to plant garden vegetables, tomatoes, peppers, or other types of plants. If your soil is extremely poor, you can dig a post hole at each place where you want to grow a plant, and you can fill that post hole with compost and good soil, and you can provide the environment for good nutritious food just with the small areas of post holes underneath each plant. You may not be able to build up your whole garden area, but you can build up the area right where that plant can get the most advantage of it. Some other tools are a simple little curved fork on the end of a long handle. This works very good for cleaning out roots and weeds in tilled soil, or just for loosening up quickly the crust of the soil when weeds are first getting started. Another type of hoe, this is actually made from the section of a sickle mower, such as is used on farm tractors for mowing hay or on roadside tractors that mow the grass along the sides of roads. There's a whole series of these sections in a sickle mower, and a simple hoe can be made from one section like that that works very good for working between plants and in small places, such as you would have in a bed, a raised bed. Another kind of weeding device which is very nice and works quickly is this type of stirrup appearing hoe. It looks just like a stirrup from the bottom of a horse saddle for the foot to go in, but it's made out of metal and it's designed for weeding, and the way it works is you just quickly go back and forth in your garden and it will loosen up the soil, tear off the weeds and roots, and if the soil is not extremely rocky or rough, this works very effectively for weeding a lot in a quick amount of time. Another type of hoe is what I call the cotton hoe, the kind of hoe that used to be used on cotton plantations. It has enough weight on the end to be able to utilize the weight for some of the hoeing action, and it's very good for working in ground that has heavier weeds or roots, and it's easy to replace the handle in this kind of hoe if it breaks. But the design is such that a handle will last a long time, especially if taken care of. Then we have pitchfork, very useful for cleaning up grass or weeds that have been cut, or for brush and briars that you want to stack up. A grass rake, very useful for raking up leaves or grass. Then one other thing I might mention in the area of small gasoline type devices is the little tiller. This is the Mantis brand. There are several different brands of these tillers. It's got a motor about like a weed whacker motor or the size of a chainsaw motor, and it just runs these little tiller blades, and it's very easy to just work back and forth in a garden with it. My wife likes this little tiller very much. It enables her to work in some of our garden beds and quickly weed a large area and till the ground up. It's much easier to maneuver around in narrow rows or around the ends of rows and in tight places, of course, than a larger tiller. A couple more things I might mention that are very useful around a farm is tape. We're familiar with duct tape, oftentimes used for patching ductwork, or carpet tape used in carpets. Also, electrical tape is very useful. I oftentimes use electrical tape as on axe handles or on sledgehammer handles. If the handle starts to split or splinters a little bit, then it's possible to put glue in that split and pull it back together and tape it up tightly, and that will hold it in place while the glue is drying. And the tape also helps to prevent splinters or slivers of wood from possibly sticking out where those splits or cracks have occurred and causing injury on a person's hand. So if there's a weak place in the handle, or if you need to glue it or cover up some slivers, electric tape works very nicely, just wrapping it in a spiral and overlapping a little bit as it goes along. Another kind of tape, which can be purchased in some department and home garden stores, is tape for patching piping, such as radiator hose or garden hose or even water pipes. It stretches and it can be wrapped around pulling it tight, and it makes like a layer of rubber over the place where a leak was. And I've found that even a garden hose with fairly high pressure of water, if applied properly, can seal up that leak and help to enable you to use a garden hose that otherwise would have been useless because of the leak. Now let's take a look at some things that you may need to use in your collection of firewood or in dealing with trees and heavier timber. This is a steel cable with a special apparatus on one end and a loop on the other end. These can be made in different sizes and obtained in different sizes and weights. This is a 1/2 inch cable that's about 12 feet long, and this works for hooking up to pretty good sized logs. And the way this works is it loops around the log, and then the end just hooks right in this little device here, and it will pull tight on the log. This can be very useful pulling with a tractor or a pickup truck or a bulldozer or some other piece of equipment working to get trees out of the woods. It does not slip off easily because it tightens up just like a noose whenever a person is pulling. A very useful, this is called a choker cable. Obviously the choker comes from the noose that is made on the end. A log binder is helpful for fastening loads onto a truck or a trailer, or for tightening up chains. And for that matter, speaking of chains, just having little pieces of chain, scraps of chain or whole logging chains is very useful. Some pieces of chain. The log binder hooks into a chain link, and then by pulling the handle, it gives you leverage to pull the chain up tight. Another tool very useful is a come-along. It has a ratchet device with a little steel cable. I've used these come-alongs on many occasions to help pull a tree that maybe I needed to cut that was leaning a little the wrong way, and I wanted to make sure it would go the right way. I can hook up chains or cables along with a come-along and pull it up tight, cut the tree part way through, pull the come-along a little bit more, and keep working. Sometimes it requires a couple people, one to run the come-along and one to finish cutting the tree, being very careful that no one is in the direction that the tree is going to fall. But it's possible to turn the angle which a tree will go with some experience and care. Come-along is also useful for pulling a vehicle out of the ditch, or for many other uses, even pulling a log out of the woods if you don't have a piece of equipment. It may be slow inch by inch, but it's possible to pull a significant amount with a come-along. Pieces of steel pipe are also very useful. It's good to have a few of different sizes. They can be used for prying or for rolling heavy things if there's a flat enough surface. Along with the different types of cable that can be used is a pulley in a steel block arrangement. This is what's referred to sometimes as a term block and tackle. The pulley block and the steel cable, being the tackle, makes up block and tackle. This particular pulley has a device that can be unscrewed, and then it can be opened up and a cable fastened in or put inside like this, and then it can be put back around and screwed back together. And this can be hooked to something, and you have double pulling power by hooking one end of the cable to something stationary and then pulling on the other end with your tractor or vehicle, or even with a horse, where if you are able to use horses or something that you can pull with. Gives you double pulling power to be able to pull something along. Pulley, of course, can be used in many applications if you need to change the direction of pull. If you're on a logging road and you can only drive up and down the road, but a log is off over the bank, you can use the pulley chained to something permanent or stationary on the upper side of the road, such as a tree stump, and you can drive down the road pulling the cable and run the other end of the cable through the pulley and down to the log. And there are many uses you can use for this kind of pulley. And then it's very easy to take back apart when you don't need it on the cable. I like to keep steel cable that I use for pulling logs or other purposes wound up, and a good method is to use an old rim. Just wind the cable up. This is about a 3/8 inch cable, which works for most types of applications I would use. Heavier cable gets stiffer and harder to use. I have here probably at least 100 feet of steel cable. It makes it much easier to pull something from way up in the woods where it's hard to get with a vehicle or piece of equipment to pull. And by using the pulleys and a long piece of steel cable, I can pull things to the road where I can get them and work with them. Now, a couple more things that I'd like to mention in connection with gardening tools are the little hand seeder and sprayers. The hand seeder makes things much faster if you're doing a lot of hand seeding, such as in a field. This hand seeder just works by taking up the little prop and pushing it along with the seeds in here. It has a little wheel that rolls around, and as you push it along, the seeds are picked up and dropped by the little wheel down through a chute on the back. And as you can see on this seeder, the chute can be adjusted for the depth of furrow that you want to make for planting the seeds. Depending on how small or how large they are, you can adjust it for the depth you want it to go. Then inside, tighten this on here before we look inside. Then inside the seeder, we see a little white plate. This plate comes off, and on the plate it tells the kind of seeds it works well for: tomatoes, onions, cabbage, endive, turnips, carrots, lettuce, and other fine seeds. I tested this out on a flat surface and found that this put seeds out about every 2.5 inches. So I wrote 2.5 inches so I would know what the seeding distance was for this plate. Other plates are also available for this kind of seeder. You can get a dozen or more different sizes of plates, and these plates will work for things like sweet corn and beans, for popcorn, even big ones for lima beans. They come in many different sizes and distance settings. One of the finest ones we have for very small seeds, such as mustard and broccoli, cauliflower and cabbage, and this one would work especially for a seed bed because it's very close. You can see many little holes all the way around the side. This will plant them about 1 inch apart. That might be what would be desired for making a seed bed in a hothouse or in a hot frame where you are going to be transplanting later. Then, in addition to the seeder, we have sprayers. They come in different types and sizes. These are especially useful for doing foliar spraying or spraying with things to help deal with pests and insects, funguses. The backpack sprayer, such as I have here, has a handle to pump. When you've put the liquid in the tank on the back and you start pumping the handle, it builds up a pressure in the tank, and by pressing the handle, then a spray comes out. You can adjust the nozzle and you can walk along and spray your plants. This is especially useful for using foliar sprays. In our discussion of gardening procedures, we talk about how you can greatly enhance the nutrition of food by using foliar sprays in addition to other things that you feed the plants through the soil. These kind of sprayers are useful for foliar sprays. This is another type of backpack sprayer. Then we also have the little hand pump sprayer. These work by filling them up with liquid, then putting the lid on tight, screwing it down and pumping up the pressure, and then it has a little hand nozzle and a handheld device for spraying with this, just walking along and spraying. These come in different sizes, all the way down to just a couple quarts or a gallon size. Now, one other area of tools I want to mention are some of the simple hand tools that can be used for working with wood. If you're needing to make handles for your sledgehammer, you can't buy a handle or you don't have one, but you have some wood that's dried out, the right kind of wood such as ash or hickory or locust wood. Oak can even work for a temporary need. Then you can prepare a piece of wood by whittling it down. You can hew down the rough size with an axe. Then you can use a draw knife to shave the piece of wood and to make it close to the proper size and smooth it up. You can use a rasp. This is like a file in principle, but much heavier and rougher. It will take off the wood much more quickly. There's a very rough side, and then there's a smoother side. The rasp can be used to smooth up the rough places on a handle, and then you can even use sandpaper to make the handle smooth so that it doesn't feel rough in your hand. This is a tool that's useful for pulling out old nails or other things that may be in wood that you're needing to get out. You can clip under the head of a nail and pry it out with a tool like that. A adjustable wrench is very useful for tightening up or loosening things that you may need to adjust. A wood chisel can come in very handy for different needs. A large auger bit, sometimes these are called barn beam augers. These come in different sizes, 1 1/4 inch, 1 1/2 inch, 1 3/4, 2 inch. And if you can find something like this at a flea market, these can be very useful for certain needs on the farm, such as boring a hole in a piece of wood and putting a peg in to hang something on. And you could hang something pretty heavy on a peg that size. Or for making a structure where you may need to try to fasten 2 pieces of wood together with a wooden peg. You could bore a hole all the way through, like 2 logs that you put together, and then put a peg through a hole you could bore with that. Also, for boring in wood, we have a brace. This type of brace has a ratchet action in it, so it can be used to turn either way. And if you're in a tight place and can only turn a little bit, the ratchet action allows you to use it just in that little space, similar to the way a ratchet wrench works for sockets. Or you can go the other way. It can work either way. Now, in a brace, we use bits that are like miniature auger bits. Here are some of the different sizes and types and styles that can be used. One of the things to look for when looking at auger bits is to carefully check the end on the auger bit. If you're looking at some with the thought of buying some, make sure that it has a sharp point at the end and that the teeth or the threads on the end are still in good shape. This is the part of an auger bit that pulls it through the wood, and if the point is broken off or if the threads are worn down, it will be very hard to make this work efficiently in pulling through the wood. Another thing to look for is how are the little ears on the side. Are they worn down? Are they bent in? It's important for them to be able to be sharp, or at least to be sharpened, such as with a small file, so that this is very sharp, because this is the part that cuts the outside edge of the hole as it goes around. And if this cannot be made very sharp and be sloping just very slightly out, then it will be very hard, even if you have good threads on the end, to pull the bit through the wood. Now the outside ears cut the outside part of the hole that you're boring. Then the main part of the wood inside is cut by these flat surfaces sticking out on both sides here. So it's important for them to be in a condition that they can be sharpened also with a small flat file. That needs to be sharpened till it's good and sharp, like razor sharp. And then the tops and edges of these need to be very sharp also. If you can get those good and sharp and you have good threads and a good point, then you can get a good result from using this kind of a bit with a brace. And it's very simple to change and use these bits in a brace by just screwing the chuck until it gets big enough to put the bit in. And tightening it up. And then it's just a matter of running it round and round and round. As I said, you can get many different sizes of these bits to use in a brace. There are also two different styles of these bits. There are ones that are designed to use in hardwood and ones that are designed to use in softwood. The ones designed for use in hardwood will have a finer thread pattern on the end. Here we can see an example, if you look closely. Here is one with a fine thread pattern on the end of this bit. This will work better in hardwood, which enables the bit to go a little slower without trying to chew out so much wood. And in hardwood, it'll be much harder to chew out a lot of wood quickly. The ones with a coarser thread will pull through the wood faster, and that works well in softwood, but it may be difficult in hardwood. So that's something to keep in mind when looking at bits also. For a complete set of bits, you may want one set that would be for hardwood and one that would be for softwood. Another type of bit that you can get is an adjustable bit for these types of drills. This bit here has a little adjustment that can be loosened up by turning the screw on the back, and then this part here with the little ear for cutting the outside edge of the hole can be adjusted in or out. I have several sizes and styles of these bits in this selection here. Here is an example of one that is able to go up to 1 3/4 inches. And as you see on this bit, there is even a little measurement you can see by increments, so that you can adjust this by loosening up the screw. You can adjust this for the diameter hole you want, and then tighten the screw up and it will stay there, and you can drill a hole the size that you set it for. This particular one is called an Irwin Micro Dial adjustable wood bit. They come in different sizes. I have also one that has 2 bits that can be used in it. One that will go up to about 1 3/4 inches, and then this bit can be taken out and another bit put in that can go all the way up to 3 inches. The wood would have to be pretty soft probably to be able to make a 3-inch hole. Hardwood would be hard to do that in, but the capability is there for making that size hole if your application requires it. Now, while we're on the subject still of braces and bits, I'll mention another type of brace that can be used. If you see it, you want to keep this in mind because sometimes you can pick these up pretty reasonable. This type of brace, similar to the other one, uses the bits that come in different sizes, and this can also use regular bits like you would use in an electric drill. Bits that can be used even for drilling steel. Here's an example of a little drill bit that would be like that. And this kind of a bit can be put into a drill like this. Normally you don't have to take it this far apart. And when it's in the drill, then you can run the handle this way to get a certain speed in the operation of your drill. Or you can change this setting, take your handle out, put it in down here, rehook it again, and it will run much slower. This is ideal especially for drilling in steel. If you needed to drill through a piece of steel. It wouldn't work in real thick steel, of course, but if you have a good sharp drill bit and you have a thin piece of steel, it will enable you to drill holes, or in very hard wood. It gives you a slower turning bit. So this, and another thing to keep in mind with this kind of a drill is this drill is designed where you can hold one side with your hand and put your weight on while you're drilling. That's especially helpful when you're working with trying to drill a hole in steel. One more thing that I'll mention here with some hand tools that can be useful is clippers or metal shears. These types of metal cutting clippers are designed to be able to cut either right-handed. Usually the ones with a green handle are for cutting right-handed or left-handed. The red ones are designed for cutting left-handed, or yellow ones are designed for center cut. Each one has a style that makes it easier to use for certain applications. Sometimes people like to have a set of all three. And that's helpful for being able to cut sheet metal or roofing tin or aluminum flashing or other types of metal that you might need to cut. There are many other hand tools that can be useful, other gasoline-powered tools. There are many different styles and types of tools available for using in gardens and around homes, but this can give you an idea of some of the basic tools that you would probably use at some point along the way. Many of these, at least, that you would use, some of them that you will probably use often in a country home setting. I hope that this has been a help and that you will know and be encouraged that even if you don't have gasoline or electricity, there are ways to do many of the things that you need to do with these simple hand tools. Maybe you're wondering what I'm doing here. You get an old truck and you use it a lot on your farm. The heavy use can cause stuff to wear out. On this truck, the side was starting to come loose and getting ready to drop off, and so I needed to do a little patch-up welding to hold it on a little longer. Eventually, maybe we'll take it off and put a flatbed on. We can just cut the wood and put a flatbed on it. A flatbed is just a layer of boards that makes a bed with no sides on it. Like this truck here has a side all the way around, and that helps keep things in, but it's easy to build a flatbed with a layer of boards and bolt or screw or nail them down to cross pieces that you fasten to the frame, and then you can build sideboards you can take on or off. Sometimes I call that a stake bed.
Can we look inside here? See
Sure,
what you just did?
sure. Now it's not done yet. The metal is rusted pretty bad, and so sometimes it melts holes through it, but I'm working on patching it up enough to hold the side so we can use it a little longer. It's just a quick patch-up job. You could do a lot more extensive work and fix it up longer, but when the whole bed's rusting out, sometimes you don't want to put a lot of work into it.
Did you have to go order that steel, or where did it come from?
No, I got that at the scrap yard, at the steel junkyard. People will take their old scrap there that they want to sell, or they'll take from places where they do steel work. They'll take all the stuff that's leftovers from their jobs. They'll take it and dump it off at the scrap yard, and then we can get it for 15 to 20 cents a pound. And the steel will sometimes be new steel, pieces of angle iron, pieces of flat steel, 3, 4, 5, sometimes 16 or 18 feet long. And sometimes from a construction job, there'll be whole bundles of rebar, reinforcement bar, different sizes. So I picked up a lot of stuff like that that looked like I could use it whenever I'm in there. I'll go there and look for things sometimes when I'm building a little project, a trailer or something else, or repairing something, and I'll see other stuff I think I can use. I'll just pick it up and then keep it all stored here, and I can just go look for what I need when I need to patch something up.
In the first series of gardening DVDs you put out, we saw this truck in there. You were working
Yes.
off of it.
Yes.
with the nutrients.
Yes,
Minerals.
yes.
This old truck. What do you recommend as far as having a vehicle to work out of when people are gardening and raise their own food?
Many times I've heard people say when they get a new truck that they don't want to take it anywhere where it might get scratched up, and some people put a bed liner in it and different things, and they're real careful with it. If you get an old truck that still has a reasonable amount of mileage left in it, that like this truck is a Toyota truck, and Toyotas are known for easily going 200,000 miles or more. So if you can get one like this that has 150,000 miles or something, 175,000 miles for a few $100s or under $1,000 in reasonably good shape, you can use it for a long time, and you don't mind an old truck getting scratched up a little bit. You don't mind taking it around in rough places. If it drops off in a ditch on one side, you don't mind hooking a tractor up to it and pulling it back out. And people might be horrified to have something like that happen to a new truck, but an old truck you don't mind using around. So it's cheaper, and you can use it for things like that.
Bob, what kind of welder are you using, and what do you recommend for a beginner?
I'm using a Lincoln arc welder. Some people call them a stick welder. It just uses electrodes that you can get in different sizes and different styles for different metals. I have an assortment of them that are different sizes. You can even get electrodes that work for welding cast iron. Different types of material take different types of welding rod, but these are fairly easy to learn to use for simple repair. The Lincoln 225 arc welder is the kind that I have. I've had it for over 30 years, and they make them still essentially the same. The ones they sell new now look almost identical to the one I have, except they're brand new. They're very basic, they're very common. Many people have learned on them, and they're easy to use for this kind of work. The Lincoln arc welder, and there are some other brands also of those kind of welders. Sometimes they're also called buzz boxes. They're made in AC and DC, or AC or DC. The one I have is an AC welder, and when I go and get electrodes, there are some types of electrodes. One kind is called 7018. They have different numbers on them that show what composition of metal and flux and things like that are in them. And if I get a 7018 electrode, I have to be sure to get one that works for an AC welder, because many of them are made for DC and it doesn't work right on an AC welder. But if I get the AC 7018 rods, then I can weld real good with it. The first two numbers of the four numbers that are usually used on the classifications indicate the tensile strength of the rod. So the higher the number of the first two numbers, the higher the tensile strength of the rod. So a 70 series, like 7018 or 7014 or anything like that, will be a higher tensile strength than a 60 series, 6013, 6011. Those make good rod for certain types of uses. 6013, for example, welds real easy, makes a real nice looking weld. It's a kind you like to use if people are going to see it a lot, but it's not as strong as a 70 series rod. So there's a lot of things. You can get a little instruction booklet that describes all the different ratings of rods and tells you how to get started, and basically you just need experience. Welding, like many other things, is one of those arts that you can't learn well just from reading a book. You can read a textbook, you can learn the theory, but until you practice and develop your skill at keeping a steady hand for running a bead and things like that, and knowing what you're looking at, you will not be able to do it as well. So it's just something that takes a lot of practice to get really good at, but you can learn and do basic repair pretty quickly.
So basically all the people need to get is a fairly inexpensive Lincoln welder, AC/DC, or a buzz box, what they call them, and get a good book and read it and some practice. And some
just start practicing, and if you get around somebody who is an experienced welder, just ask them to give you some pointers. And if they'll let you practice a little bit, or invite them over to your place for a meal, and then after the meal tell them you want them to watch you weld and tell you what you need to do better. You can get a lot of pointers from experienced people like that. The Lincoln welder, by the way, the Lincoln 225 like I have now, you can get them new for about $250, so it's not real expensive.
Where?
At most hardware or building supply type stores, like Tractor Supply Company, Lowe's probably would have some welding supplies. I don't know if they sell welders, but most major building supply places or hardware stores, and even some auto supply stores will sell welding supplies and welders. And definitely welding shops. You can look in the telephone book for welding shops. Most all welding supply shops will sell different brands of welders, as well as all the different types of electrodes and things you'd need. Welding masks, gloves, all those things.
In your first gardening series, you mentioned the garden fork and
Yes.
getting a solid piece.
Yes.
Do you have any ideas where to find those?
Yes, the solid ink, such as I have here in my collection of things, there's no joint, as you can see, where it fastens into the handle and down to the fork, and the same with this shovel, which is a matching shovel or garden spade. This kind with a solid shank is the strongest and the kind to look for. I have looked for these when I've gone to different stores where they sell these or sell garden tools, such as Lowe's and Home Depot, even places like Tractor Supply Company and garden shops, and many of them don't have the solid shank. They'll have ones that can be reasonably expensive or comparatively expensive and look real nice, but they'll usually have a joint where the fork fastens into the handle. So as I have looked around, sometimes we have found ones like these at second-hand shops. These appear to never have been used. Somebody must have bought them somewhere and hung them up, and maybe it was an old person that died and then all their stuff was taken to a second-hand shop. My wife found these at a place called the Samaritan Shop, and it still has this price sticker on, $3.49. Normally a tool like this would probably run anywhere from $30 to $50. They can be found doing some research on the internet. Occasionally you can find these in good garden supply shops, but it's just something that requires looking and checking, keeping your eyes open. It's better to get the best of whatever's available when you need it, and then just keep watching or looking for something that will be better to get when you can.
Is it possible to feed a family of 4 or 6 just by using various hand tools?
Well, probably one of the ways to consider answering that question is to ask how long have we had mechanized equipment around, and how long has there been civilization on the earth. You know, for thousands of years people fed themselves and their families and had large families, and they did it all with hand tools and possibly some animal labor. So the answer definitely has been yes for thousands of years. The question now is probably, can we accustom ourselves to the thought of using mostly hand tools to do the work that's required in order to do it? The answer still is yes, it can be done. The main thing that needs to be done is to learn how to use the hand tools most efficiently, to recover sometimes the lost art of using tools that people don't even know exist anymore, that used to be standard items for agricultural production, things such as a scythe and a cradle for harvesting grain, different kinds of tools like that. So there are some books, such as the Foxfire series of books and other books, that describe how to use hand tools to do many of the things that are necessary for self-sustaining living. So a little research and knowing where resources are available can help a person learn how to do that. And the answer is definitely yes. A family of 4 or 5 can be, and especially if they're all willing to do their part of the work. It'd be more difficult to expect one person to do all the work with hand tools to support the whole family. than if they're all willing to do part of their work. Like the Bible says, if any man won't work, he shouldn't eat. So all the family needs to learn how to pull their share of the burden when that kind of necessity exists.
Where do you recommend finding the old Foxfire books and any other books that will instruct how to use these tools?
A library oftentimes has books that relate to using hand tools. There are new books available, and you can find sections in the stores such as Barnes & Noble and Amazon Book Supplier. You can do research on the internet if you have access to the internet, and you can find a lot of things just using the Google website for doing a search on hand tools or techniques for hand tools. A few keywords like that will turn up many different websites where you can get information. Oftentimes there are whole sections you can just print out that give instructions on where to find good hand tools and how to use them and the techniques for their use.
If you were going to be able to purchase just one animal to help you plow, garden, what animal would that be?
That's a good question. It probably depends somewhat on which part of the world I was in. In some parts of the world, oxen are used quite a bit. Oxen are a good work animal. They can stand a lot of work. They're slow. They're not as fast as horses, but they're very steady. They can keep working at a very steady rate. They can work in difficult weather conditions like muddy weather, and they're easier to keep up in some respects than horses. In the area where I live here in North Carolina, the types of animals that would probably work well would be horses, mules, donkeys, and out of those, if I'm trying to use an animal for doing some of my work that would require the least amount of upkeep and would have the most endurance, would not require as much food, I'd select a donkey or a mule. A donkey is smaller, and a donkey or a mule will not eat as much as a horse will, size for size. And their endurance is much greater. They're more sure-footed. They're a little slower and not quite as high-spirited as a horse, but they can handle much more difficult conditions. They can eat rougher forage, and they can survive much more difficult circumstances than horses can. Many people have heard of the 20-mule team borax wagon, and the reason that they used mules, they traveled through the desert to go to where the borax was being mined, and they had to go several days each direction through the desert. Horses could not stand the heat. The mules could stand the heat. They could go at a good speed, and they could make the trip without serious difficulty such as would have taken place with horses. So mules would be the selection if they're available for minimum amount of upkeep and feed requirements and maximum amount of endurance and capability to deal with hard situations.
Regards to rototillers, motorized rototillers, is there any or are there any particular brands that you recommend?
Rototillers are becoming a difficult situation. One of the fairly reliable rototillers that many people used was the Troy-Bilt rototiller, but the Troy-Bilt company went bankrupt and sold out to another company that is making a product that is not really as good quality workmanship, even though it's being sold under the Troy-Bilt name still. There are other tillers, just standard garden tillers like Craftsman and other ones you can get at different stores, but many of them are not made with the rugged durability that would really be desirable for long-term use without having to get maintenance done every year or every growing season. There are some types of heavy-duty tillers used in European and Asian countries which I don't see too much here in America. The BCS tiller, or garden machine, is kind of a version of some of those European and Asian models. The Asian countries and some of the European countries where I have been, they used a type of tiller, or they call them a walking tractor sometimes. It has larger wheels, maybe this big or even bigger, and it's a heavier machine than a BCS tiller, or definitely than a Troy-Bilt tiller. And some of them have the capability to fasten many different attachments to them. You can put a mowing deck on the front, you can put a sickle mower on the front, you can put a tiller on the back, you can put a plow on the back, you can take the attachments on and off and add other things. Over in some of the Asian countries, they had even many different types of pulleys and attachment sources, PTO drives and things, where even pumps for spraying could be run all on the same machine. They had a headlight on the front and they were designed to run on diesel fuel. They were made for being way out in the country where you didn't have the option of taking them to get them repaired or tuned up every growing season. And those kind of machines would be desirable if there was a way to get them, but because most of them are made in other countries and any of them that are available in the United States are being shipped in, oftentimes you can end up spending anywhere from $3,500 on up to $6,000 or $7,000 to get one of those kind of machines with some of the attachments. But if you're expecting to try to do something long-term with a tiller-type machine and money's not a problem, then that would definitely be an advantage over a Troy-Bilt or BCS-type machine. Diesel fuel will store for a long time, much better than gas will, so if you've got diesel fuel available, a diesel model like that would be real reliable for a long-term period of time. But definitely, in any kind of tiller, a rear-end tiller is easier to handle and use than a front-end tiller. So one with the wheels on it that drive and rear-end tiller tines would be the most desirable to use as far as a tiller.
In other words, where the tines are behind the wheel.
Yeah, such as this is an old Troy-Bilt model here, and this is an example of a rear, what's referred to as a rear tine tiller.
Now, Bob, are you saying that since Troy-Bilt sold out, that their lower-priced tillers are not as good, or are you saying the whole line is not as good? Because I've been into Lowe's, Home Depot. I think
Yes.
Lowe's, they might sell. I think they sell Troy-Bilt.
Yes.
It seems like it's a less expensive, maybe less
Yes.
quality.
Yes.
Are the higher-priced Troy-Bilts you think as good as they used to be?
No. No, and that's happening with most tools, most of the chainsaws. Very few chainsaw companies are the same company. Let me say the company that's manufacturing chainsaws and different brands, in most instances, is not the same company now that it was 30 years ago. There are only a few companies where the same company is manufacturing now that started that brand of chainsaw. Most of the chainsaw manufacturers have sold out to major department store lines such as Kmart or Walmart or something like that, and it's actually some major store, international store company that owns the chainsaw manufacturing, and they still manufacture under the same brand, but they're using their multiple market approach of manufacturing cheap and manufacturing a lot, selling it cheap to try to get a maximum marketability, market saturation. So the end result is a much inferior quality product, and many people will tell you, if you buy a Homelite chainsaw or McCulloch chainsaw or some other kind of chainsaw that is now manufactured by one of these types of multi-market companies, that they don't have near the quality they did 30 years ago. So most of the machines are not being manufactured with the idea of quality for the purpose of long-term usefulness. In fact, even some of the weed eaters you buy that are standard brands like Ryobi, they're designed to just use for one season and then you throw them out. You know, they're a throwaway weed eater. You buy it and use it one season, it doesn't really last longer than that.
What brand of weed eater do you recommend?
A Shindaiwa is one of the best ones. Echo has been a good one. Shindaiwa weed eaters are designed for industrial type use. I have one here, I'll show you.
Is this a Japanese?
Yes, Shindaiwa is a Japanese model. And the Shindaiwa makes a harness that is much more comfortable than the standard type of harness. It's just one strap running over your shoulder. You have this inside out.
How do you rank this with a Stihl weed eater?
Stihl would be good. Stihl and Husqvarna are both good weed eaters, but I believe that Shindaiwa is a little heavier, especially if you get the industrial models. They're balanced pretty well. They don't cause as much strain in the use of several different brands of weed eaters that I have used. We have used weed eaters for probably 20 years, and this one here has been one of the best ones we've used. This harness that they make spreads or disperses the weight of the weed eater, and even if you have a different kind of weed eater, if you just go get the Shindaiwa harness, it makes it easier to use it. And it makes it more comfortable, not as much strain like one strap on your shoulder, and the weed eater's balanced pretty well. And I can run the weed eater all day, and I don't feel any strain on my body when I go to bed at night. I can run it all day one day and then get out and run it all day the next day.
How would this fit with gardening? How does this fit into the picture of gardening?
Well, anybody who gardens has to contend with weeds, and I've even used the weed whacker when I've been gone or was not able to keep up with the weeds in the garden and they got up to a foot high or higher. I can go down the row and mow up, not too close to the plants, but I can mow all the weeds down close to the ground, and at least it's much easier to get in and till or do something else and work in it. I can gather up the weeds with a pitchfork if they're too big, and all that's left are just the stubble sticking out of the ground, and it's easy to till then, where all those big weeds would just wind up in the tines and make a big tangle. And definitely around the edges of a garden, if you can keep the weeds down before they go to seed. Now here we have some weeds that are just getting ready for the seeds to form on them. And like this is getting ready to flower and make seeds. If we can go through before that makes seeds, cut them down, and we can take them off and put them in our compost pile or put them in a barrel and put water in it to make compost tea, or weed compost tea. If we can cut them before they go to seed, then that diminishes significantly the amount of seeds to grow new weeds. One of the things in selecting and setting up a country home site is the source of water. It's very important in your considerations of all of the needs in a country setting to consider the water source. Many people have wells, and of course it requires a pump to pump water out of a well. This can be done with a hand pump or some other mechanical type of pump. But the ideal thing is to be able to have a spring. And if there is a spring that is up high enough above your home site or the place where the house is, to be able to run the water downhill, then you have gravity-fed water in your home. This allows gravity to pull the water downhill and give you water pressure without requiring any energy or mechanized means of creating the water pressure. When you perhaps are looking for a suitable spring, you can identify where springs occur by seeing the little streams of water flowing over the ground, perhaps feeding a creek. A place where it's marshy or wet up on a hillside sometimes will be the characteristic that you see that indicates a spring is there. If you find some wet place or little rivulet flowing over the ground, then you can trace it back to the place where you first see the wetness or moisture and start digging into the ground. Here in this area we have a spring that is running out from the bank of the ground where the weeds are, and we're going to clear these weeds off and see where the water stream is running, the little stream from the spring, and trace it back and dig out where the spring is first coming out of the ground. And we want to go back into the ground some little ways where we have some depth in the ground, and we're going to close the spring in and demonstrate how to fix it up so that you're collecting the water coming out of that spring and running it into a pipe, and it will all be closed back over when we finish so that it will avoid debris and contamination, grasshoppers and animals, salamanders and crawdads, leaves and decaying vegetation. It will help prevent all of that from getting into the spring and contaminating the water. We will also put a gravel bed in where the water is collected to run out of the pipe, and that will help to strain and filter the water to some extent and give you a setup that will best enable the water to come out clean and collect as much of the water as possible to direct down a pipe. So our first step here is going to be to cut down these weeds and clean things out so we can see what we're working with. Now our plan of action will be to follow the little line of water that we find here in this ditch and clean this out all the way back to where we can find that it's coming out of the ground, its source where it's coming out of the ground. And then we want to dig that down and make a bowl or a basin there where the water is coming out of the ground. So we're going to try to clean this out, see what kind of water flow we're getting, and follow it. Oftentimes, as you can see here, the water is running just a little under the ground because of all the brush and vegetation that has kind of gotten matted over the top. Sometimes there'll be rocks and gravel, but a little digging will enable you to see the running water. You can just keep following that line of running water back to the spring head. Following this stream of water and digging out a spring can be rather messy and muddy, so it's a good idea to wear clothes that you don't mind getting into the mud with. Now we can see there's water running here, but we haven't gotten everything cleaned out where the source of the water is yet. There still may be lots of mud and rocks. Just takes time and work to get it all cleaned out, but we'll keep working till we get that cleaned out so we can see right where the water is originating. As you dig, you may find pockets of water, and when you open them up, it will look like a pretty large flow. But after a little bit, as those pockets empty out, then the flow will diminish back down to what it appeared to be originally, further down. So it's good to get everything dug out and eliminate those pockets of water. And when you get it cleaned out, then you can watch and see how the flow diminishes or increases or whatever it's going to do, and you can start evaluating how much flow you have. We still have a lot more work to get this cleaned out here, and then we'll get down to the point where we can have it all contained and running consistently. We can already see, as we've dug down here so far, that most of the running water is coming over here from one side, near this rock. Sometimes you'll find, if you're in an area where there is a lot of rock in the ground, that the water will be coming through seams in the rock. And so you want to get back in there as close as you can to where you can dig out the rock that you can get loose, get it into where the rock is really tight. That will help protect the area where your water is coming out of the ground. If in your digging you come across some deposits of pretty clear and thick clay, this kind of stuff here, you can squeeze it together and you can tell it's like a lump of clay, or it can be other colors, but if you can find a pretty good deposit of thick gummy clay, save some of that. It's going to be useful a little later on. You don't want any pieces of tree bark or roots or things like that in it. You want it to be as pure a deposit of clay as possible. Now we've gotten enough dug back in our spring area here, we can start getting an idea of where the water's really running. We want to distinguish between where the water's flowing from the spring and where water's just running that's draining out of the ground. One way to tell that is water that's just draining out of the ground will be cloudy, like we see right here. We can see the water moving. It's draining out of these puddles here. But now if we look back here, we see a clear stream of water that's not cloudy. As it runs down, it shows clear water coming into cloudy water. So we can see that it's clear there, and we can have a pretty good indication that that's one of the places where water is coming for our spring. There may be a few other places we can see where the water is seeping that looks clear, but we'll usually find one or two main little streams running like that, and sometimes if they're coming from a seam in the rock, they may be coming in several different places, and we may not be able to get it isolated back to just one place, but we want to get all of the areas as close together as we can. If we can keep digging back, we'll keep digging back till we can get it as close to one source as possible, but the source may be spread out a little bit along a rock seam or through several channels, but we'll go back as far as we can, and then we'll have to design a collection system that will gather from all those sources and put it into one basin or bowl area. So we'll keep cleaning here and see if we can get enough of this cleaned out to have it all consolidated down to the most central source possible. And then we need to dig down to create a basin or bowl depression where that water can collect. In a job like this, obviously it's pretty hard not to get a little muddy water or dirt or mud on your clothes or even on your hands. Some people don't like to get their hands dirty. In fact, back several centuries ago, having long fingernails was a sign that you didn't have to do manual work and get your hands dirty. That was kind of like a special status symbol for the elite in society. Another interesting fact of history that I didn't know until recently when I was doing a little research. Did you ever pause to think where the term liberal arts came from? Well, if you look it up, you can find the information. The term liberal comes from a root word that means to liberate, to free, and to give somebody liberty. Well, what are you being liberated from in liberal arts? The term arts means things that you can do for pleasure, things that maybe you would enjoy doing in your leisure time when you don't have to do any hard work. And the term liberal arts actually came from a special form of education for the aristocrats of society, or for the upper class of society, that they would be able to learn how to do things that would just be leisure time activities or enjoyable things, arts, and that they would be liberated from having to work with their hands in order to sustain themselves. They wouldn't have to get dirty. They wouldn't have to put their hands to work on anything. They could just do liberating arts, and they would be sustained by the working class in those liberating arts. So this is the kind of project that you can get involved in the country. And I like to look at this kind of work actually as more liberating than liberal arts, because it makes me independent, not to have to depend on someone else to pump my water to my house or to provide my supplies. I can become independent, and I feel more liberated in that respect. In fact, it's good to get accustomed to hard work. Country living involves hard work in many of the things that we need to do, and hard work is important in a good, healthy life. The Bible tells us that we should earn our bread by the sweat of our face, and that if any man won't work, neither should he eat. In fact, there's a good acronym that we can keep in mind in connection with hard work. If we look at each letter in the words hard work as representing a word, we could put these words with it as an acronym. Healthy attitudes, rightly directed, will obtain righteous knowledge. Hard work, it's a benefit. So think of those things as you have to do these kind of projects, and don't be afraid to get dirty and get used to some good hard work. It's healthy. It's a good outlet for frustrations. In fact, we have good counsel that tells us if we feel frustrated and unhappy and cantankerous, we should get out and chop wood or do something very active and exercise. It will help to release that tension. It helps to keep us in a good frame of mind. Now we've got things pretty well cleaned out here. We've got a good basin. Our outlet level is going to be right about this level here, so that means when we come in we'll have 8 or 10 inches or so in the lowest part of our basin, and that's excellent. Now we need to have our collection apparatus fixed up, and we're going to collect all of the parts for that, and we'll take a look at those next. Now when we are going to be heading up our spring, we want to have all our materials ready, so really you want to be sure to get the different things you'll need before you start digging, or at least before you start cleaning out your spring and ready to head it up. One of the things that you will want is a piece of pipe that can be used for collecting the water, and we have here a piece of 2-inch pipe that works very well. You can use other sizes as well, but I like to use 2-inch pipe or bigger. What we're going to do is measure the length that we need in our spring basin to be able to cover most of the distance in the spring basin. In this case, it's probably going to be not more than about 3 feet, but we'll get a measurement on that. And then when we cut it, we're going to drill holes in this piece, and we're going to drill them on the top half of the pipe all the way around, several rows of holes all the way around. And then we'll put a cap on it. We have a cap that's the right size to fit over the end. Then we'll put adapter on it. We have two adapters we're going to have to use here. We have the right size adapters to go down to a 3/4 inch pipe. We'll put those together and put those on the other end, and then we'll hook into that a piece of 3/4 inch pipe. In order to do all of those connections, we need glue and cleaner for this kind of pipe. So you want to be sure to get these things before you start so you have them all on hand and ready to go. So we want to get a measurement to see how long we need our piece of 2-inch pipe to be. We're going to be running our short or our 3/4 inch pipe, our small diameter pipe, through this little narrow place, and then we'll hook into our 2-inch pipe somewhere in here, and we can use a piece that's about 3 feet long without much trouble. So we'll cut a piece about 3 feet long. If we had a longer basin, we could use a longer piece. I've used pieces sometimes that are 4 or 5 or even 6 feet long if we have a long enough basin. But on this one, about 3 feet will be about right. So we'll measure and cut that. For this, it's good to have a hacksaw, or you can use even a carpenter's handsaw. Then we'll want to clean the ends out. You can either use a little pocket knife or some kind of a scraping tool. Clean all the little shreds of plastic off. Now we have our piece of pipe about 3 feet long. And we want to drill our holes on at least half of the pipe so we can pick out a place where some of the label imprint is, and that gives us a good idea of a straight line, and we can just start in and drill about every inch all the way down that line. We have probably about a 7/32 or 1/4 inch drill bit here. You don't want anything bigger than a 1/4 inch. We'll drill holes about every 1 inch. You may want to do this in the back of a truck bed or on a floor where you can gather all the little plastic shavings. Then as we get that line done, we'll come around part way, about 1 inch works good, and do the same thing again. Then we'll come around another inch, do the same thing again. Come around again. Now we've gone almost halfway around. If we come around about an inch and do one more row, we'll be a little more than halfway, and that'll be just fine. We need to cover at least half of the pipe all the way around. The bottom side we can leave solid. We want to do that just all the way along the pipe. So that's what we need to do for that piece. Now we've gotten our basin dug out and we've dipped out the water. We can see where the little spring is running. And our next step is to put some clean gravel into this. You can get washed 3/4 gravel, it's oftentimes called, at a gravel pit, or whatever way you can get some gravel that's clean and it doesn't have organic matter, roots and leaves or other types of trash in it that would decompose and contaminate your water supply. You want to get good clean gravel. We're going to put gravel in there and build up the level of gravel until we get up to the level where the water is going to be running out through the pipe that we want to use for our outlet pipe. So that's our next step, is to put gravel in here. Now we're getting enough gravel in here to be able to put our collection pipe. We have the gravel getting up above the water level where the water will be running out. We want to make enough of an indentation in the gravel to be able to set our collection pipe. We'll pick out any pieces of roots or leaves that we find. Now we're going to want to put together our piece of pipe. We've got all the holes drilled and we've got our sections. We'll glue everything together and we'll fix it so that it can set right in the water there. It's important to have a good rag to clean off the ends of the pieces of plastic that you're going to be gluing together. We'll clean them off thoroughly. And then we will use our cleaner we want to be able to have our cement ready to use too. We want to carefully brush the cleaner on all the way around the edge where the fitting's going to go. And then we want to do the same thing on the cap fitting that we're going to put on the inside. And then we'll use our cement. First of all, we'll go around the end of the pipe. Then we'll run some inside the cap. Then working quickly, we want to put that on and turn it at least a quarter of a turn and then hold it tight for a few seconds till it sets. Of course, it's not real critical that this be watertight because there's no pressure here, but we'll use the same principles and techniques that you would use doing plumbing if you're going to have high pressure lines. Then on the other end, we need to clean with the cleaner again. And we'll clean our fitting in both ends. This is an adapter to go from 2-inch down to 1.5, and then we have another one that's from 1.5 down to 3/4, which is the size of our outlet pipe. We'll go ahead and prepare it as well. Then we'll put on the cement again, putting it on the one that is going to go inside first. And the outside one. Working quickly, then put them together and twist about a quarter of a turn. Hold it together for a few seconds. And we can do the same with the end of the pipe. Again, twisting about a quarter of a turn, push it on tight, hold for a few seconds till it sets up. Then that gets our collection pipe all ready. Now we're going to want to add a few fittings that will run the pipe on out, and we'll have to measure them and see how long they need to be. So let's go set our pipe in and see how long our fittings need to be. We put the solid part of the pipe down at the bottom. Then as soon as the water reaches holes, it will drain into this collection pipe. We're going to need to put an elbow on the end. It will run out this way, and then another elbow that will run that way. So our first elbow will need to be right against the pipe. Then we'll need a section that goes out about 29 or 30 inches. Should work about right. You can see we're already getting water collected in it. We'll let that run out. Now we'll need to use our hacksaw and cut the pieces we need. We'll clean the end a little bit. You can do this with a pocket knife or any little square edge tool. On the end of our pipe here we have an inside fitting, and we also have an inside fitting on our angle, so we're going to need to cut a little short piece of this to fit inside both of these inside fittings, and we can put them close together. And we need to make sure we watch where the bottom of our pipe is so we get our angle set right the way we're going to have it setting in the spring collection area. We'll go ahead and clean this and put a piece of pipe in the angle. And we'll let it set for just a few seconds while we hold it. Then we'll want to cut just enough length to go inside this pipe fitting. And clean this off. Clean it with cleaner. And we do need to clean the inside of this with cleaner, but we need to make sure that it's dry before we do that. There are some types of cement that can be used wet or dry. Most types of cement require that it's dry, so we want to be sure to dry it out good. Then we use our cleaner again. Then we can put our cement on. And again, we want to make sure we get it oriented right so that the angle is going to be coming out on the side where the bottom is set correctly. So when we're sure we've got it that way, we'll hold it there. Then we need about a 29 or 30-inch piece. We'll cut that off with a hacksaw. Clean up the ends. And we'll clean as much of any dirt that's on as we can before we use our cleaner. Now we will clean the end of this. On the inside of our fitting. Then we can put glue on this one and inside the other one. You want to be sure to twist it a little bit and then hold it in place. Then we have one more fitting to put on the end, and we want to get it oriented so it's the same level as the other one and not turning up or turning down. Then we'd have a problem. So we want to make sure we've got it lined up. Sometimes there's a little row of print on the pipe that you can use to help orient your fittings, especially if it's a long distance down the pipe. So you want to be sure, if you don't have that print easily visible, you can mark it so that when you're trying to get it glued on, you don't have to take time to try to look and see where the direction should be. Now we want to make sure to orient our mark where it needs to be and hold it on, and have included our little twist. We put it on a little different, and then we make sure to twist it into the correct position. Hold it just a little bit. Now we'll put another section on the end that will give us a little extra length, so we aren't trying to work on putting fittings in when there's water coming out. This will allow us, if we have enough extra length, we can pick up the other end when we need to glue it. We can clean it off quickly with a rag and dry it good, put our fittings on, and then put it back down in the ditch. And the water will collect in the pipe while we've got it lifted up, but it allows us enough time to dry it and glue our next sections on. So we'll put enough here to allow us to do that before we put it in place, because once we put it in and start putting gravel over it, it'll be hard to move it. We won't want to move it once we get things all put in place, because we want to seal around this pipe so all the water will go in the collection part and not leak around the pipe where it comes out. We want to do everything we can to have it all in position and not have to move it any more than necessary for getting our next fittings glued on. Clean the other end. Clean it with cleaner. Clean the inside. Then glue, always making sure to glue first the piece that goes inside and then the outside part with what's left of the glue. If we glue the outside part first, then we'll have all the excess glue pushing down inside the joint rather than pushing along the pipe as we push it in. So now we'll hold that in place for a few seconds till it sets. Then we're ready to take it over and put it in place. If we have to move any gravel to get it set in place properly, we'll do that. We want to get it down as low as we can and still have it running downhill where the outlet is going to be. So now we have it set in place, and we want this section pretty level. If there's any contour, it should be only slightly downhill, but basically it's best to have it pretty much level. We can pull some of our rocks around it, enough to hold it there. Then we will get more of our buckets of rocks and put them in on top. We're going to cover the collection part all over with gravel, but we want to be very careful not to cover past the end of the collection part at this point where we've drilled all our holes. We're just going to cover that part with gravel for this point. Now we're going to push this gravel back in here. We want to develop a slope that goes up in the back and slopes gradually toward the front, but we still want enough room back up under the dirt, since we got an overhang here, to be able to push plastic all the way back up in there as far as we can. So we'll push the gravel back up in there. Now we can use just a little more gravel. And we've got our gravel just about enough back up inside that we're going to be ready to put our clay down on the part of the pipe here that's coming out where we've pushed it as low as we had a little trench to be able for the water to drain out. we're going to push the pipe down and pack clay around it. Now it may be that where you're digging and heading up a spring you can't get clay, and you could use concrete or mortar or something like that if necessary, but you need to be able to clean out where the pipe is going to push down against hard surface as much as possible, and then pack the concrete and mortar around for enough of a distance to seal the pipe so the water will stay back behind and go into the collection pipe. That's the reason for digging a basin where the water can collect and just come up to the level where it can run out at your outlet point, and the pipe will be buried back inside and collect that water so it won't rise above that point. Now we'll get our clay and pack it in around the pipe. And we want to tamp it in good so it will seal as good as possible. You can see that already, as we've gotten that enclosed, the water is coming out the end of the pipe that we have down here. And the spring is running through the pipe already. We'll put more clay in and get this closed up good and tight. We're going to save a little of our clay. Now we're going to put in our last little bit of gravel. We'll pile it right up here. Now we have a little dip there that we're going to fill in a little bit, but we want to get our plastic in and push it right down around the pipe as much as we can. We have here some 6 mil plastic. You can use 4 mil plastic. It's good to get something with several thicknesses that will be pretty heavy. We have 4 thicknesses here. And we want it big enough to cover all of our gravel area and run out a little bit on the sides. And we're going to poke it back in as far as we can. You see how we push it down here around the pipe. Then we're going to scrape some of this gravel down in a little bit. And we're trying to keep our gravel all sloping downhill. That helps keep the plastic sloping downhill. And when we get it all covered with dirt, then if there's any moisture that seeps down through the dirt, it'll run downhill off of the plastic and it won't be as likely to get into the spring area. And the edges will just leave turned up a little bit. Now we're going to use our last little bit of clay, cover over the end of the plastic here. That'll help seal that down around the pipe. Then we're ready to start putting the dirt back in on top. It's important as much as possible not to put rocks against the plastic. Try to get dirt that doesn't have rocks in it. And if necessary, you may have to haul some dirt from somewhere where you can get some if you have a place close by if your dirt that you've dug out is pretty rocky. So we'll want to cover that in with dirt. Now, because our dirt is pretty rocky, we're going to put some of this dirt we brought, cover it over with a layer of that, protect it from rocks in the dirt that we push over and put in afterwards. And we want to try to push this in as tight as we can back in the back. Help keep dirt from settling down as much from above. One more thing that we'll do here now that we're getting down here close to this step is we'll move this big rock right over in the front. That'll make a good stopper for the dirt behind it. We have a few other rocks, we can just put them around here too. This plastic we put in here won't be exposed to the outside at all. If nobody digs down and exposes it to the air, it would probably be there 100 years from now. It'll stay intact for a long time. We'll keep pushing the dirt back up under, pack it in. Now we're back here the next day, and we have all of the water from the spring coming out of the pipe. It's a small spring, the flow is not very large, but it's continuous and steady, and the water will add up as it flows. We're going to measure and see how much flow we have. We can do this one of two ways. We can either see how long it takes to fill up 1 cup, or we can measure and see how much water comes out in 1 minute. We'll measure here and see how much water comes out in 1 minute. We'll get ready to start timing, and as soon as the second hand gets to the right place, we'll stick the cup under. Now we'll just watch for 1 minute and catch all the water. The water's cleared up pretty good from the way it was when we were digging in the spring yesterday. It's a good idea to let it run for several days before starting to use the water. Probably be good to let it run for a week before drinking it, get things flushed out. Now we're coming up to just a few seconds away from 1 minute. There we are. Now we have in our cup a little over 1.5 cups that we've gotten in 1 minute. It's going to be about between 1.5 and 1 3/4, so that'd be about 1 5/8 cups. Now we can compute and see how much that adds up to in an hour and how much in a day. Yesterday, when we dug this spring out, we had to clear the weeds off and dig along the ditch, trace the spring to its source, and then dig out a basin. We put in gravel and a collection pipe. Then we put in more gravel. We closed it back over with plastic. Then we put dirt on top, and now, as you can see, it's all covered over. When we get grass planted on this and growing, there will not even be any evidence that there's a spring under the ground there, and it will be protected from runoff and from contamination. I have had the opportunity through the past 20 years or so to put in at least 10 springs, or head up 10 springs with this kind of a method, and there has never been any problem in any of those springs so far. I believe that this is a very reliable way to head up a spring, help to keep out contamination, and to allow collection of the vein of water and to keep it channeled where you can use it. In this spring here, we've measured the water and we have evaluated how much is coming out in 1 minute. We had about 1 5/8 cups of water coming out per minute. That calculates to be about 147 to 150 gallons in one 24-hour period, or a little over 1,000 gallons in 1 week. That's a sufficient amount to meet all the domestic needs of a couple, or being careful, even 3 people. So even a small spring like this, running continuously with a reservoir to collect the water and hold it for you, would be adequate to meet the water needs for a couple. One thing you might wonder is, how can you make sure that your water in a spring is going to be reliable, that it won't dry up or diminish when it gets dry? It's important to check that possibility, because sometimes when there is a lot of rain, there are places where springs appear, wet weather springs, and then after several days of dry weather, the springs will dry up and there's no more water running again until there are heavy rains. One way to check the reliability of a spring is to see how the water's running when you have had rainy weather, and then wait until there's a dry spell. When there's been a couple weeks of dry weather, or even longer, in the middle of the summer or in the fall after a long dry spell, see how much water is running from the spring. If the spring has dried up, then that's evidence that's not a reliable spring. You need to check for another one that runs year-round. Another thing that you can do is to ask some of the old-timers in the area, if there are neighbors who have lived there all of their life or for many, many years. They usually know where the springs are that have a reputation for running year-round. So it's a good idea to check with them and ask what their knowledge is about a spring that you may have been looking at, or if they know of a spring on the property that you're looking at that is known to be reliable and run year-round. Usually the springs that run when there's been a long drought gain a reputation in the neighborhoods, so it's good to check on those things. It is advisable when everything's finished and set up and the water has had a chance to flush out your spring and pipe system to get the water tested. You can either work out an arrangement with the local health department or an engineering firm, or you can get a test kit that you can use yourself. Especially it's important to make sure that you don't have contamination in your water supply that would cause problems in your health.